I think we still have some people who are on their way, but I think she's all. Who goes there? Hey, Gabriel. What's up, girl?
Well, I don't know why I'm looking at you like that. I barely slept last night. It's kind of over.
You needed a reservation to get in the car after you had your ticket.
Okay, we have a couple people who are gonna arrive a little later, so we're just gonna roll with it, okay? Are you gonna monitor our email in case anybody watching wants to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Or do we need, or is there someone who wouldn't mind doing that and kind of piloting that? We created, not knowing how many people might want to view this remotely, and because Google Meets has a limit of like 250 and we have over 400 employees, I just have to plan like everyone is on. So we set up an email, and if I can get someone who's willing to just monitor that, and then maybe every like half hour.
Do you want me to?
Would you?
Yes.
Okay. Representative, obviously, you are coming from a distance. Okay. So, this template that we're working on, it's basically, it's our COVID-19 school reopening plan. As we get into it, you'll see that the document starts with a lot of CDC information and guidelines, things from CDE, and it's really an informative piece. And I'm gonna try to keep talking and sucking this mask in my face, and the struggle's real, right? So one of the things about the template, so this document and those like it originated from CDE out to county offices of ed. And they asked county offices of ed to work with LEAs and local education agencies in developing like their safe reopening plan. A lot of this document has to do with how would reopening look at 3 different levels. So I'm just going to talk while Nicole is getting the email set up for Donna to look at. I have filled out some of them. Please know it's just a draft of ideas that have come up, and we can work that out, all right? And some other local districts have already done some level of their plan. So just kind of looking at that, like Pajaro Valley has published theirs. MPUSD has been working on theirs. So, you know, just sort of what are our neighbors kind of envisioning? I think it's really important to note that for our district, our plan might look a little different than, say, a basic aid district would, right? Because our students and families, a lot of them live in poverty or near poverty. So I think it's very important that we do what we can to educate our families and help them. I worked with our team of directors and coordinators probably a couple weeks ago to begin devising a plan around PPE that we can go ahead and secure for staff and students, as well as cleaning supplies, anticipating training needs with more Summelman, things like that, that we can just know that that would start as a base. And for if any staff and if any students are on campus in any capacity, what could we provide, right? So for instance, now the newest guidelines say that if you're above the age of 2, you should wear a mask unless you've got a medical concern. So I have some very small masks on their way for primary grade students and preschoolers. I went ahead, because those were hard to find, and I purchased enough for each student to have 3 washable masks, wash one, wear one, dry one concept. I'll do the same thing for like youth size masks, and then ordering adult washable masks for our staff, as well as clear face shields. So I ordered enough of the face shields for any of our staff. So certificated, classified, if they want one, we'll do that because you can wipe it with a disinfectant wipe per Nurse Summelman's recommendation. So we have some people who, because of issues, may need both. Or if you're asthmatic and you can't wear a face mask, you can at least wear a shield. So just knowing that we'll start from there, that everyone, staff, students, will be provided with washable masks, and then staff with the face shields. And then we can look at some child face shields as well if we have some who need that. We are partnering with a neighboring district to secure additional disposable masks for if someone's mask breaks or it's dirty or wet or they show up without one, that we can just hand them that for the day just to have on hand. Nurse Summelman, can you talk about the PPE we're looking at specifically for like health aides and our custodians who might be cleaning a room if it was suspect that there might have been a positive case?
Right, there'll be additional gowns, gloves, and the mask, instead of it being a 3-ply mask, will be a 5-ply mask, either an N95 or a KN95. That we'll have to train people how to put on everything and take them off safely. And so that's what we're looking to get.
Nicole, can you, do you have your?
It's over there.
Sorry.
I don't know that we sent out the email, so I'm gonna send it
Okay,
quick email so everybody can.
all right. So I want everything in my life to be touchscreen. I keep like I'm gonna reach out and touch it, right? So these are just like our, as you can see, it starts with our CDC coronavirus guidelines, that kind of stuff, the sort of things you want to do, regular communications, signage, training employees, that kind of stuff. I can sort this out. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna sit and talk from here. All right. So these are all CDC considerations for schools. And note that there's a bit of permissive language in the word considerations, right? So like the cloth face coverings we have here, making sure that we have adequate supplies, like hand sanitizer, things like that, the signs and the messaging. Maintaining our healthy environment, so cleaning and disinfection, guidelines for shared objects. So that'll be difficult for some of our younger students and special ed students, and that we have to work on. Ventilation. Modified layouts. So if you look around you now, this is a classroom with, I believe, 16 student desks. We came in with a tape measure. Everybody's 6 feet apart. And so this is one of the sort of square rooms on Gavilan View's campus. But it gives you a visual of, as a teacher, right, how you might facilitate instruction with this limited number of students interfacing in your classroom and the distancing that's needed. One of the, I just think it's really important for people to sort of get that visual, because if we move forward with having students on campus, a big part of that is providing for their safety. Okay, so this just gives you an idea of a 6 feet distance in a regular size square classroom, and what that for middle schoolers would look like. So how are we going to work with communal spaces? But it also gets into nuanced things like food services. Obviously, the recommendation for us about children bringing their own meals, that might be okay for some students, but many of our students rely on our schools to provide meals, which we've been doing. Chuck, can you talk a little bit about how we've safely been providing meals basically since March 16th?
Yeah, we didn't really skip a beat. Once we went closed, we got people who were interested in working during their spring break, and we had enough people. The district office was a huge help the first day, and after that, we just kind of going with our staff. We've separated into two groups of less than 10. So one group were to go down, if someone got sick, then we would still have the other group. And then we have a third, smaller group at the central kitchen. We've been providing meals Monday through Friday, 10 to 2, or 10 to 12, I'm sorry, at Bolson's, New Republic, and Santa Rita. Breakfast and a lunch, if they're all bagged items, all pre-wrapped items. If there is something that we get that's not wrapped, then we wrap it at the site and put it in the bag. And we've just been continue doing that from the start.
So when we consider things like meal service, even if we were fully online, we would still continue with that process. But if we have students on campus in any capacity, less than just a full opening situation per normal, right? We have to think out how that would look. So would we continue prepackaged? How are students eating, staying in their bubble? How are we, keeping them from mingling at lunch if our goal is to keep them, within a bubble during the day, right? So there are some nuanced things that we've got to work out with sort of the plan, and what kind of provisions for safety would we put in place to do that. Suggestions about keeping small groups, keeping them together, like in a cohort of students, like this room could become a cohort. And so they eat together, they have recess together, ways that we're communicating, how are we working with both staff and students on absences, especially if it's a suspected case of COVID, things like that. So there's a whole personnel side of it for our staff, as well as state regulatory guidance for attendance and ADA that we have to consider for students. And then what do we do when someone gets sick? So per the recommendations of Nurse Simmelman and the information that she receives regarding this, each principal has been assessing at their site what would become basically an isolation room for anyone who's exhibiting symptoms until they can be safely removed from campus, so staff or students. And so most of our sites have an available space. So you have your health aides office, and that would be for your normal run-of-the-mill, I need a Band-Aid, I need some ice, headache. And then those students who are exhibiting a fever, things like that, that you go, well, that's one of the symptoms, and an isolation space. We have 2 sites that don't have a facility that they could use for that. Little Bear Creek Preschool and La Jolla Elementary. Space is at a premium for both of those. So per the suggestion of Nurse Simmelman and working with Victor Sandoval, our director of MOTF, the provision of a tent for those 2 sites where we cannot have a dedicated classroom space for isolation. And so as a student or staff member enters the tent, it's more important for students to have supervision. Then that comes in with your health aide or someone who's assisting the health aide, putting on the additional PPE to go in and provide supervision and care for that student while we're waiting for a parent to pick up. And then the training needed to properly take off that gear and clean up themselves after caring for someone who may be positive, right? So, like I said, I kind of filled out some bullet points. Please note what I worked on is the draft. And our goal here is, of course, to bring students and staff back to school safely while following all of our health and safety protocols to ensure that students receive high quality education, while we also continue to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in the community and on school campuses. The key principles: Keeping students and staff safe and healthy. Flexibility must be provided to accommodate for unique needs of each school and program. For instance, La Jolla and Little Bear Creek need an isolation tent. Ensuring equity and access. This is super important for our families and how we can go about doing that. Providing learning environments that are engaging and keep learning moving forward. And key stakeholders are involved in the planning process. So many of the people in this room work in some capacity at a school site or at the district level. And I think it's very important that your voices are the ones that help create this and think out possible problems. As we get into this, that's one of the things that we need to anticipate and go, okay, so if we have students back in any capacity, we need this base level of PPE, this base level of signage and things like that, and training. So that's kind of where we're at. You'll see as we go forward, you've got this number 4, which our plan doesn't have a box for, which is no problem. We're all back, right? That COVID's done, where everything's fine. Then you go, what's the highest risk to students and staff? That would be full-size in-person classes, activities, events like normal. Students aren't spaced. We're sharing materials and supplies. We're mixing between classes. And this is when California enters stage 3, or the end of the stay-at-home order. And it's larger gatherings, and we're still consistent with public health and safety. And we're resuming some activities and travel, and we're still monitoring conditions in case we need to alter and go to one of the other levels. All right, and then I'm going to jump over here to lowest risk to students and staff. So the lowest risk for us would be everyone, all the students are off campus. They are all virtual, right? So then our staff doesn't have contact with a group of students. They can isolate their workstation. If it's on campus or at home, they can, So this one and this one are fairly straightforward in what that might look like, right? It's really this one that we're concentrating on, because this is the plan where we bring as many students back to campus as we safely can to meet their needs. So you'll notice many of this is blank, okay? So these are all, so this is health and safety. And here are the guiding questions for health and safety. So how will you monitor symptoms upon entry? What are your protocols for students and staff? Protocols in the classroom or other spaces, student drop off and pickup, visitors and deliveries. So things you want to just be aware of as you build your protocols, right? For the 3 possible levels of reopening. So again, just a draft. But lowest risk, students and teachers engage in virtual only classes, activities, and events. So that's the lowest risk possible, right? Staff, if coming on campus, sanitize, wash hands, maintain social distancing. This is all staff. If you're on campus, you've got to maintain social distancing. Staff on campus, if you feel ill, you go to the protocols for leaving campus. Workstations sanitize at least daily. So this would be just like if this classroom teacher wanted to come in and work in this room with no students. So what kind of protocols do we have there, right? Because our students would be at home. Signage, posting signage in workstations, classroom, hallways. So a lot of this goes back to health department and CDC guidelines. All right, highest risk would be full-size in-person classes, activities, events, students not spaced apart, students and staff still, even if we're on campus, full service, right? We'd still want students and staff to sanitize and wash hands when they enter campus. We'd still want to continue posting signage. Because remember, highest risk is not COVID is over. It's COVID is still going on, but this is the highest risk to staff and students. Sites would maintain the isolation room for any students or staff showing symptoms until they can be safely removed from campus. Classrooms and workstations will be cleaned regularly following the guidelines of custodial services. Does this box go on to the next page? Could you just eyeball it for me a little bit? Okay. Entry and exit will be as normal with visual and self-reporting of symptoms, right? Okay, so if you go back up.
I'm trying to make a little,
Okay.
there we go. All right.
All right. So team, are we ready to start working? Let's just start with this basic, okay? Middle of the road. This is students on campus in any capacity. If it's a room of 15 kids or 12 kids, or we just have some special ed services or things like that, students in any capacity. What are we looking at having here? So there are some things here that we can pull from. So our first bullet, and if you'll, students on campus in any capacity, whether hybrid, split day, split week, that kind of thing, right? So minimal students, so that could be like half your students. This would basically be half a room of kids, right? So what are we looking at? Let me talk about hand sanitizer for a second. Some recent guidelines that have come out. Now, this is interesting for those of us who've been in education for a minute. The guidelines. One, it's minimizing the number of students in a classroom, but the suggestion is that student desks are in rows facing forward. Boy, that certainly goes against what we've been talking about for the last decade or so, but it keeps everyone breathing in the same direction. Nobody's, right close to each other and that kind of thing. There's also been a lifting of a moratorium on hand sanitizer. Alcohol-based disinfecting products, things like that we had moved far away from, are now allowable. And so one of the things that Victor Sandoval is obtaining for us, he's calling all his contacts, that's pretty amazing, are touchless hand sanitizer stations for each classroom. In the event that we bring students back in any capacity, any room being used would have that. So for regular hand sanitization. Some classrooms on campuses have sinks, but many do not. So we can't really, and with student desks, you can't really use that sink now, right? So hand sanitizing stations. Primary students, anyone under the age of 9 requires adult supervision for use of hand sanitizer. So it may look like a TK teacher has a pump station and they can give a pump so the little kid's not like, little kids are want to do. And so things like that. So we're looking at pump hand sanitizer for the littles, touchless sanitizer dispensers for the bigs, including us, right? And providing disinfecting wipes for classrooms. Like even if I'm a teacher in here working by myself and I want to wipe off my equipment before I leave, I have that and can do so. Or if you want to wipe anything down, if a kid coughs or sneezes and you just want to be extra safe, that we're working on that. So we're getting those containers of the disinfecting wipes. I meant to bring one with me so you could see what it is.
There's one back here.
Similar to that, but it's a alcohol-based allowable product for us. And gloves for if you're touching food or dealing with a child who seems to be ill, that you can quickly put that on if you're needing to touch anybody. The requirements are not that you wear gloves all day, though if a teacher wants to do that, it's their discretion to do so. So just some base things for you. So washable mask for everyone, disinfecting wipes for everyone, hand sanitizer dispensers for every classroom and workstation, right? So we'll also need to, things like that, minimize the number of staff accessing any shared space. So like teacher workroom, teacher lounge, how could we facilitate that? So could we move things far apart so that if a teacher's working in this area to do die cutting, another can be over here using the copy machine, and they can both be in the room at the same time, because it's gonna be a little bit of that.
And what about like microwaves and refrigerators that we use? Like there'd be no sharing of that anymore, right?
That's a
It's
good
a
question.
personal item that you're.
That is an excellent question, and I don't know the answer to
I don't know,
that.
maybe it might be similar to, like, I'm thinking, like, what we think been doing with kids, like, here's your grab and go lunch and breakfast, and maybe employees, you just bring your own packed lunch, and
Yeah.
we just don't allow access to anything that would have a lot of contact like that, especially associated with food, right?
Yeah.
We just might, and of course, then that becomes like, do we just take microwaves out so that we reduce even the temptation to microwave your lunch?
Or maybe that, with vinegar and water, daily we're cleaning the microwaves and wiping it down.
Would we want to have a wipe there so that if a teacher uses the microwave, they need to wipe it down after use, right? It's like the gym reopening with you have to wipe off the equipment when you're done.
Right.
Well, that's our standard right now at GD, because so many people are in our office
Right.
that we have sanitation wipes. So anytime anybody
Should make
touches
note of
it,
that.
when Paul
So-
Rodriguez comes in and
Mhm.
uses the copy machine, whether anybody else is there or not,
Right?
it's expected from my email, and I check on them, they are doing it, they wipe everything down they touch,
Yeah.
including the bathroom, we have wipes in the bathroom, as soon as they leave the bathroom, whether they wash their hands for 20 seconds or not, they're still wiping everything
Sure.
down.
So that's one of this thing where the group think, I hadn't thought about microwaves, right? But it makes perfect sense that any kind of shared equipment, having the hand sanitizer or not hand sanitizer, but the disinfecting wipes set up near each copy machine or die cut, so that after you use it, you've got to wipe it down, like you're at
I
the gym.
think that's a good point though, Melissa. It's a good comparison of using like when you're working out at the gym. People are used to that, and that's a comparison or analogy you can make that people will understand, right? Instead of being like, what, now I have to wipe down a microwave? Yes, you do. You do. And I think if we made some comparisons like that, or whatever training videos, which Elizabeth's been talking about, Victor's been talking about, I think Keenan's gonna probably have, our liability carrier's probably gonna have a lot of ready-made videos for us. I don't think we're gonna have to reinvent the wheel for training videos for any sort, so we can use some.
Elizabeth and I were talking about doing training videos too for some of these things.
And some, and.
It'll be
putting them on
important,
our
like our
website.
preschoolers,
Yeah.
and not to make light of it, but we could have some level of fun in designing training for our students, right? That's appropriate for age levels. So middle schooler doesn't need the preschool video, but also for our parents, right? So how do you properly wear a mask when you're little? What can you do to make a little one understand the importance of keeping it on? Because that's gonna be very, very difficult. And things like that, and how to do the hand sanitizer, and ones for if you're, little will do, and how long should you do it, and how should you wipe it, and things like that. That we can provide that kind of support. Right, so appropriate age level videos and training. You can see where if we come back in any capacity with half a room of kindergartners, quite a bit of our first days is going to be how are we doing this, right? How are we washing our hands? Or we're gonna go back and learn the hand washing song, right? So that you're singing the little song while you're washing your hands and you're getting it done. I've met some adults that maybe shouldn't sing the hand washing song. So, and
I'm writing it down
she's
right there.
typing
No,
down.
but I mean, do we have a forum that's, people are.
Donna's got it.
Donna's got the
Okay,
email.
if somebody's texting me and I'm gonna say, please email the forum. 'Cause
Yes.
Texting me individually just means a conversation between me and another
Yeah.
employee.
Right.
So let's.
Yeah.
I sent out the email, but it's SRUSD Task Force at
Okay. Let
SantaRitaSchool.org.
me find out.
There's one right here.
Well, now that you've touched the marker, I don't have to.
Yeah. Is it lowercase?
All lowercase. I sent it out to staff.
I'm sure, but I think just for the sake of keeping everybody engaged in this
Yeah.
process, if you're getting texts like I'm getting right now from people in my department, like know that you go through the process so that we have record of concerns and how we're gonna address them and.
Do you want it as a Google Doc, or do we make a Google Doc of it? Talking points that we can, because sometimes it might be, we might need to, table them or.
Certainly, we could.
I can
So as
do that
we do
too.
comments, if we can put them in a Google Doc. Thank you, Donna.
I sent a PDF copy of this for people watching. So they
Excellent.
can see it.
See, and yes, they can scroll through, get ahead of us if they want, because we're going slow. A former colleague used to say, we're gonna go slow to go fast. Okay, so SRUSD task force at santaritaschools.org. So for those of you who are viewing remotely, if you have any questions or comments, and as you look through the template yourself on your own, please email here. We set it up this way because we don't know how many people would be watching and giving input. So, so in looking at this, so just our basic provisions for having students on the campus at all, we're looking here. So let's go ahead and go to the next section. We can come back to this. We've got time planned, and in about 15 minutes, we can take a little break. People can get up, walk around, ruminate on what we're looking at. Jody.
I had a restroom question. I read in the New York Times last night that they've decided that you can detect the virus in fecal matter. And it's like a lower level risk than airborne with droplets, but that if you have someone who's been in the restroom for a while and then someone goes right in, and one of the things they were talking about were like toilet seats and putting the toilet, but we don't have toilet seat lids. And that was something I hadn't seen until yesterday.
But the flushing.
The flushing.
Got
like,
it. Got it.
But, you know, half the time kids don't flush.
Oh.
that too.
So as a former kinder teacher, which, yes, true. So how would we mitigate that?
Lid.
I know my friend in the UK, her district has reopened, and they actually have designated restroom facilities for each cohort of students. So at least you're keeping the issue to the bubble, right? And I laugh, but it's not funny, but it's one of those like awkward things that we have to consider.
Because now I'm picturing all the preschoolers lined up at bathroom time going, you
Yeah.
have to be out here.
Yeah.
Well, and would it be possible that after a transition time, I mean, I don't quite know what recess is gonna look like, but after a transition that we can maybe clean the bathroom more frequently, so maybe curb that.
So maybe that's one, more frequent cleaning of restroom facilities.
Might ask, are we adding to our custodial staff to help alleviate the amount of work that they're gonna have to do?
Okay.
Because
Well,
some of these things aren't gonna be possible if we only have one custodian on campus.
that's true. So what Victor is looking at doing is bringing the two custodians into the same time frame with a majority overlap, right? As opposed to one being nighttime, being, whatever after school looks like. So if we're ending our day early, that, they have that where there's just staff if we're having kids on campus. But also, we've got an MOU with CSEA that allows some people to assist in other areas outside of their job description. So, for instance, we'll get to this a little bit later, but, so if you're a classroom teacher and you're with your kids and you need your lunch, and we need kids to eat their lunch together, how could we do that? So Chuck has already ordered or is in the process of ordering food delivery carts. And if we had a food service and a classified person who could then come to a room, give the kids their meals, the teacher can go and be excused from their room while the classified person provides a level of supervision while the children eat and the teacher is having their 40-minute lunch.
Where will we eat?
It's a good question. And so I know,
Your car.
and
Don't touch the microwave.
don't touch the microwave, don't touch the fridge, and, you know,
Worked
and
in
so.
really small districts, and Santa Rita's small, but if you worked in smaller, it's very similar to what even smaller than us, Washington Union, Spreckles, Tular, when they have a rainy day lunch, kids, and they are facilities with no multi-purpose rooms and no lunch. Kids eat lunch in their room, and then they have their break time in their room. And you basically, in those smaller districts in this county, when it rains, you don't come out of your room. And that's kind of what I'm envisioning, what it would look like for us, but we just wouldn't be here all day necessarily. So the kids just kind of stay contained other than restroom breaks.
Also consider that we're probably not gonna be checking out library books. And many of your library facilities or, you know, that area could allow for some spacing and sort of an additional area for teachers to have a break if you're on campus. Outdoor spaces, of course, your staff lounge here is smaller than most staff lounges. So you'd have to limit the number of people accessing that. And then maybe carving out some other additional space and then staggering lunches, of course. So lunches would look a little different than they are now. And, you know, part of your principal's job in scheduling that time would be to ensure that there's a limited number of teachers having their 40-minute break at any given time to allow for use of the microwave and wiping it down, for, you know, finding a place to eat and, you know, yell at your colleague who's, you know, across a wide table from you because you're actually able to eat together, but have to be at least like 10 feet apart or something. So,
And maybe, picnic
It's just for
tables
them to
outside of the staff room.
Yes.
Create like an indoor, outdoor.
yeah, outdoor, the eating space, some, you know, shade structures maybe for teachers to have access to, outdoors on the day that it's not raining, that kind of stuff. So those are all like just how would we possibly make this work, right? Not just for kids, but for the grown-ups who are here.
Well, I know, when there was a time long ago, if we ate with the kids in our class and we chose to do that, then we could get a meal from the cafeteria. So I don't know if that's, if teachers want to do that in order, so there's not other people coming in the class, that kind of thing.
Well, you know, that's the director of food services. So we should have you in the room, Chuck.
You want to go to your own class. So
Those are
the bathroom and then.
all great considerations, right? And so I do want to emphasize the importance of having all these different levels of thoughts in the room. Because you're thinking of things that none of us thought of when we were like, let's order masks, let's order hand sanitizer stations, let's, you know, do that kind of thing. So,
I was just thinking that might also alleviate how many people we are going to be having to cover class. That type of thing.
So,
So
and-
if we're looking at like a staggered time,
Uh-huh.
then are we looking at meal service twice?
you're
All day long.
No, but it's
certainly for a longer window than we have now.
Uh-huh. So we're looking at 2 separate possible eating times.
Two, maybe three, right? So,
Right, so then this is gonna be a problem 3 times over,
Maybe, maybe not.
right?
well, okay,
Depending on how
tell
they
me
stay.
why you use the word problem.
Well, it's gonna take more movement of people, movement of children, movement of staff,
Sure,
3 times a day versus the 1 time a day that we're used to.
okay,
So that's just something to keep in mind, is
So-
if we're feeding
And to me, that creates a higher risk if people are going into different classrooms and
Okay. Well, here's the thing, right? So if you have, say we're a class, right? And food service delivers the meals to the class with someone who can provide supervision for the class for the 40-minute period. They come into this room, and there may be, you know, however many other rooms on campus who are getting the same treatment at the same time. They're having their lunch, and those teachers are having their lunch break. the kids are in here, they're not leaving, right? And so I have one staff member coming in to provide supervision in their PPE. Because a lot of the models that districts are looking at have teachers moving rooms, but never students, right? So it would sort of be that, right? So I might have a classified person who, if I had 3 lunch sessions, say, session A goes into this room, and then once the teacher is back,
Right.
and trash is collected and taken out of the room, you know, with the food stuff, they go ahead and start the second session of lunch.
Looking at staggered lunch times, I don't think that was
Yes,
clear, okay.
staggered lunch
So we're doing
times.
staggered lunch times.
Yes, yes. I think that would be the only way to facilitate lunches on campus.
But we can't have all of our students on campus at once, so let's say Bolton knows the 600 kids, right? So we can facilitate a third of
Right,
those. So then we're gonna be looking at like cohort A, cohort B, cohort C, and then 3 staggered lunches within cohort A, cohort B.
so if I have, if regardless of the model, if I had,
Sorry, am I going too
Well,
far?
it's just super easy to go, what we've learned in going through this in multiple meetings, some very intense meetings, we can go around and around and around is what starts to happen. So what we have to keep in mind for this plan is that we really, it needs to just be looked at as a plan. We're gonna have to hash out the details later. We cannot even think about reopening until this plan is submitted, and we're already getting behind on it because we're trying to engage all the stakeholders. Not every district is doing that. They've made their plans and submitted them. So I think in thinking of the overall, okay, and then we can come back and say, okay, what does this cohort look like? What does this look
Yes.
like?
I guess maybe I don't see the broad picture then. I don't know what does it look like? How many cohorts does it look like? Because then it's,
We don't know.
right, so is that what we're doing
okay,
today?
well, this is what we're going to have in place regardless how many cohorts we have.
So say the staggered lunchtime, we
Then
just
we'll
know that it's
we'll
gonna
figure
be
it out from
staggered.
there.
We're
Okay.
gonna have to.
Okay.
So doing the
outline before we write the
Correct.
paper.
If I have, the
I
opposite would
see.
be if I have an elementary campus with only 400
Right,
students, they may only need 2 cohorts.
Right, okay.
So all of these would still be appropriate and in place regardless if we have 2 or 3
Right.
or
Okay,
whatever.
So we know we need cohorts, we know we need staggered lunches, we know we need frequent cleaning, we know all of that. The down and dirties,
Yeah.
we're gonna have to do
Have one.
after we
Right,
get
right.
this broad.
So it is important to put, spread out desk,
Yeah, just put
You know,
staggered lunches with social distancing maintained.
yeah,
Maybe.
Right, that's a good, yeah.
Wherever you are, whether you're in the dining hall, whether you're in the break room, whether you're in
Right.
outside, you're gonna
Distance learning is
maintain
gonna,
that
Yes.
6 feet.
staggered and distance learning will apply, good point.
yes. Okay. Do we want to take a quick break now or go for like another 15 and just kind of get into the next section a little bit? Keep going. Okay, let's scroll on down.
Okay.
Okay, next
Can't drink it
section,
anyway.
next section. Can you minimize that so I can see it?
Yeah, they couldn't see it in the back.
I know.
so I was
I
trying to.
appreciate that.
Alyssa, I don't think we covered the entry.
Yeah.
Whether temperature check.
Got it, go back up.
Okay.
That's important.
Hand washing.
You know why that's important? Because we've ordered 100 touchless thermometers. And because CSEA is working with us on how we do this, there may be like, if kids are coming back on campus in any way, as opposed to the high-risk plan where I just put in the draft that it would be like self-reporting of symptoms, I feel sick. It would be, that each site has a designated entrance and exit from campus, and upon entry, students are given a temperature check. Do you
Visual health
want,
screening, temperature check,
say that one more time for Nicole,
a visual health screening,
visual screening
and a temperature check.
and a temperature check.
Everyone's gonna sanitize before they get into school. So there'll be some touchless.
So do we want to, and, that staff also gets a temperature check, or is that more
Yes.
self-reported?
I think for the
Staff,
staff.
staff
I think
as
for
well.
that, yeah.
Everybody.
Everybody.
Okay, so then my suggestion is we also include a designated entrance on campus for staff.
Mhm.
Separate from the-
Yeah,
Mhm.
So like at GB, that's fairly straightforward. You could use your entrance to the staff lounge as the staff entryway, or one of the back entrances by the DO or something, so that, you know, that staff are coming in one way and there's one person just checking temperatures. Okay.
got it. There'll probably be like some questions as well, that we, like, not beside the visual screening,
Uh-huh.
actual 4, 5, 6 questions that we'll ask in terms
Yeah.
of symptoms and things.
Okay. Yes.
I was thinking,
Do symptom checklist.
path markers or stickers for the students.
So what Victor is ordering, there's a spray that he can put on like sidewalks that will last quite a long time, without having the stickers start to peel up and stuff like that. So,
Maybe
you can put either visual markers for distancing, in hallways and, corridors, right?
Maybe we should be looking at a staggered start time then, so we don't have all the students arriving.
That would be part of the instructional report day on Wednesday of how that works.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how that would roll out, right? You could put another bullet and say possible staggered entry, right? Because otherwise you get a backlog of kids, right?
Right, staggered entries or.
And
And then you're
then,
having to supervise the line, and then you're.
Because like for middle school, you might say, okay, 6th graders, your entry is here at this time, 7th graders entry is here at this time, 8th grade over there, right?
With
We'll
entry
do it that
also,
way.
with the buses, how would the
Yeah,
buses
yeah.
work?
That's a whole nother.
There is a whole section, on that. We will get to that later. I'm gonna hold on the buses for now. That's a whole other ball of wax. All right,
Are we good on that one?
I think so.
Are there, requirements or recommendations for how many students in the class for this partial opening, this phase?
what you see.
Monday
is-
night.
Kind of
Yeah.
what you see right now.
Okay.
I do know that in the last 2 weeks ago, and if somebody may have a family member or their own children or grandchildren or niece and nephew in this program, but in the last 2 weeks, I do know that YMCA daycares did open. And I've actually I know a couple of people that work there, and I've kind of been watching that closely because I think that could be an indicator what we may face if they start to see a couple of cases, could drive our decision making. But I do know that they're doing 8 to 10 kids in a daycare setting, and those are little ones, right?
Yeah.
So, the numbers could change for us, what we do or what we think we can't do. But I think that we wouldn't exceed more than what we see in
So
here.
the state something similar would be the state guidelines for our state preschool program.
Yes.
And they're trying to work out how we could do that. So right now, state preschool funding, is based on how many students you have daily, your attendance and, enrollment and all of those things. And so if you see fewer of those students in a normal setting, it impacts your funding. So I'm trusting that people at CDE are trying to work that out, and how do we minimize the number of students but keep preschool going, because for state preschool to qualify, you have to have a need as a parent. So you're working full-time or you're going to school full-time and you have a need for childcare. That's literally the point of the grant, right?
Can you add after that bullet, students report straight to their classroom so they don't?
Yeah, students report straight to their classrooms. Now, as we go through this, we may find that some of these bullet points fit further down, and that's okay, it's a draft, right?
And then also with that, students are picked up from their classrooms? Dismissal is part of this as
You would need
well.
staggered dismissal maybe too.
Yeah, we probably need staggered dismissal, and parents should not be entering campus to pick up students, I think. Parents will have a location to pick up their students.
It really
Students are
is
monitored
going
at
back
their
to like
exits.
1950s education where your kids just walked out in a line and walked out of school or came in, and we're very little, back in the day, there were very little like outside community interaction on a school campus.
Ananya, before you got here, I was saying that the latest guidelines that came out last week indicated we should put desk in rows facing forward. And I thought, wow, that's, I guess we're gonna stop with the collaborative learning we've been doing lately. And Some of us have been around the block a couple of times. That's how we started. So we're like, okay, I got that.
I think just say monitored dismissal,
Say that.
monitored dismissal.
Monitored dismissal, monitored and staggered dismissal, that kind of stuff.
I think, Nicole, where it says parents don't enter campus,
No.
I think what we could say there is.
I think just put designated pickup locations.
All right.
Or
But
you
at
just
some point,
limit
we put on
parents and visitors on.
there are no campus visitors, students and employees only, unless it would be some horrible tragic emergency with a
I mean,
kid.
unless we have like a regular parent volunteer who volunteers only with that cohort of students.
And we may not even do that, the risk would be
I mean,
too
that would
high.
be,
We
that
just
would
say
be how
no
strict we need
campus
to get.
Or just parent protocol.
Okay, for the sake of the fact that this thing's 24 pages, we're moving to the next section now. All right, and we'll come back if anybody, all right, health hygiene practices. How will you implement disease prevention behaviors into the culture of the school? And if we can do that effectively, we're gonna have a whole generation of kids that are all about preventing disease and illness. How will you teach refresher lessons to keep knowledge, present and in the forefront? And how do you keep reinforcing strategies with students who are following the guidelines? Okay, so what have you got? So for this one, my suggestion on here is that we have like a health education team maybe. Like we talked about providing videos and things like that for students and families to access. Girl. So they can read the back. Okay, so the people in back can see it. All right, can you scroll to the right?
To the right, yep.
Jace, and go back up a little bit.
There you go.
Scroll to the left. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So highest risk. Continue educating students, families, staff regarding behaviors that prevent illness, especially flu season. Some of this, I looked at Pajaro Valley's template that they put out for their plan.
Thank you very much. That's great.
Yes. And so promote behaviors that reduce spread of virus. At the time, go to the right. I'm over here on the high risk plan.
Yeah.
Scroll up. Like students and staff stay home if they're sick. We hand wash. We cover cough, sneeze. Go up a little bit with elbow or tissue. Oh, Okay. Now let's look at the middle plan, which is where we will spend most of our brain power. So this is where if we look at creating and disseminating training videos for proper hand washing, face covering, social distancing appropriate for various student age groups. We send health information home prior to school beginning to educate students and families. Lots of signage in workstations, classrooms, hallways, entrances to communicate how to stop the spread and how to recognize symptoms going up. Ensure that signage is appropriate for students by like age group. So a lot of visual signage for the littles, translation as needed for our signage for students and families as they enter campus, and English is not their first language. So we're putting that out. What else? How else are we going to communicate and train?
We need to have some kind of a plan, not just in terms of English or Spanish, but for our Mixteco speakers who are also not literate.
Visual.
Correct.
Like a video
Lot
or
of
something
visual.
we can
Visual
share.
pictures.
Lot of visual on it, right?
Especially for preschool and special ed.
Yes, so preschool, special ed, native speakers, very isolated languages, parents who have low literacy levels. They may only be functionally literate or not literate in their first or second language. So lots of visual representation of any signage and wording.
I'll I'm planning to do daily announcements if possible.
Uh-huh.
Just don't know what the mornings will look like, but I think a daily reminder from their leaders would be
Yes.
helpful.
Is this only like how we're going to educate or how we're going to improve the sanitation of our school? Because for example, like our schools, we have classrooms with sinks, but there's no hot water. And our bathrooms don't have hot water or soap usually.
I can't remember the last time I worked at a school where there actually was hot water in a restroom, and there's probably some lawsuit from 10 years ago. That's why we don't have hand sanitizer, some kid
No,
burnt
nothing
his
has come out about
hand.
hot water, but we're allowed to use hand sanitizer.
Yeah, so all of these things leading up to our pandemic, but we're gonna get to have all these good products back. You won't have to hide your Clorox wipes. Lock them up,
Feel like no one's in, I'm gonna walk this down.
Right.
And so I know Victor was looking at for our restroom to add sinks, like some hand washing stations, which usually need somebody watching them because kids really love to pump the water. Which I get that. And so things like that, nothing has been said about hot water, and so I'm gonna assume no words, no
20
go.
seconds, getting all surfaces is the most important thing.
So regardless of the water
Friction.
temperature.
Yes.
So one of the things we need to do is ensure soap dispensers are full.
Yeah, and paper towels, we're frequently out of those too.
I enjoy paper towels. I'm a fan. Me and Costco. All right, so soap, paper towels, throughout the day, right? So that needs to become part of the thing that we're spending a little more money on.
Even if they're sanitizing, still after 2-3 hand sanitizer, you need to go wash your hands.
Yeah.
So there will be designated time to wash the hands.
Maybe that's something else, designated hand washing, cycles for students. Schedule, right?
It seems like the sanitizer's sticky, and you would.
Well,
think that they would, like,
So,
collect the
okay,
germs.
think of it this way, so your hand sanitizer kills what's on your hands, but it doesn't wash it off. It's dead, but it's on your hands still.
So now you
So
have
if you have a cycle of hand washing, preschool does hand washing all day. It's part of their curriculum. So we're all gonna get a little preschool in there, right? I mean, that's in the regs that we teach them, and we do the hand washing song, and we do it how many times a day, and every time you do this, you're washing hands, right?
It's gonna be fun. Imagine we have a cohort here for 3 hours. We're gonna spend an hour and a half washing hands.
Here's how we wash
We're all
our
gonna-
hands. 20 seconds, right?
Minimal one point.
So, for ventilation,
Yes.
is there a way to add like a fan in the bathrooms to help with the ventilation and push the air out?
So one of the things that Victor was looking at is a air purifier for classrooms.
Okay.
To at least just cycle that. They have gone in and cleaned all the ductwork and things like that, but just for the daily, right, the filtering of air in a room.
From the topic of filtering air, I read another article in the New York Times. Well, I've actually read several, and they were talking about the HVAC, that in some cases it's helped because it filters out the stuff, but it depends which way it's blowing. And in other cases, depending which way it's blowing and how the room is set up and where people are seated, it can, in some cases it's helpful, and in other cases it's spread cases, like in restaurants, in proximity, yeah. So
And
how do
I
we
think
know?
That's honestly where working with students, wearing masks is gonna be super important, because no matter what we do with air circulation.
Well, and so at BK, I had the ghost classroom that never seemed to ever turn off the air conditioning, and I found out that our classrooms actually recirculate the inside air, not the outside air, so if we could turn that off so it can recirculate outside air, it'd be super helpful.
Any air current is
Can
good.
somebody make
Not
just
if
a
it's
side
recirculating
note about
inside
that?
air. Not if it's recirculating inside air though.
It's like when you're in your car and you hit the button that just recycles the air in your car versus using fresh air that they pull in to run the heat in your car or the air conditioner. So I think that, the HVAC systems are always an interesting conversation for districts, because in some districts you have no control over your thermostat, right? And there's reasons for that, because we blow out HVACs because people want it to be 60 degrees in their room all day, and then the condenser never shuts off and it freezes up. It just leads to all kinds of issues. So whatever we do, we'll have to figure out settings on those machines, or if they even work. One of the things that Nurse Settleman's been doing at every single meeting she shows up is immediately open all the windows.
So one of the
Right,
things
and
that we
just
might
Cross
do
air, right?
is,
She didn't do it today. She's behind her game today.
so something to consider, because if you've got one system in a wing of rooms that do one thing, or if you're at La Jolla and there is no air conditioning.
Yeah.
We need to do a site-by-site assessment best circulation for
That's a
classrooms.
good note.
Yeah,
Right.
side-by-side windows.
So like
educating
if
the
this
people.
room had no air conditioning, obviously it's probably gonna be opening of all windows with a fan,
Yeah.
you know, circulating air, like an interfan and an exhaust fan in a window, something like that. So to me, what we need to do is build, site-by-site assessment of best circulation for
I
classrooms.
think that's super easy to have, right?
There you go.
It could be just also not so much that you run air conditioning, heat and all those things, which is gonna be a kind of an interesting piece when we get to that part, but a lot of our HVAC systems just have a fan on them, but it's also making sure that the ducts and the filters are
Yes.
clean,
Yeah.
as well as circulating that fresh air and not just the same.
Yes,
Yeah.
ducts filter cleaning regularly. Yes, I think that's super important.
And educating staff
Yes,
on opening doors and windows.
because some staff are gonna be like, nope, I like it 60 degrees in here, this is what I'm gonna
Well, I think
do,
we're
because
all
I'm
gonna
running
have to
hot.
come to terms with,
you know.
this isn't about what we like or what we wanna do, and we, as educators, even I spent 20 years teaching, I had a lot of autonomy, and I could do this and that in my room. We all, including admin, we're all gonna have to take directives right now for the safety of our employees, our whole school community, kids, paras, teacher, principal, everybody. This isn't gonna be like, oh, well, for 20 years, I've done it this way. It won't matter. It's going to have to really.
As a personal thing, having everyone around me in masks is very, very frustrating because I'm hearing impaired. And it has really iterated to me just how much I read lips as people are talking, and no matter how hard I squint now, it doesn't make me hear any better. And so it's one of those things that I'm just having to suck it up and follow the directive and just make do. So I do things like this, like, what? Like, it's my better of the bad ears. Now, what? So I'm turning into my grandma and being like, huh? And it is what it is, right? And Nadine's right. We're all just gonna have to follow some guidelines and how we move forward.
Can I just say, for the BK portables, the Fremont people are the only ones that can change the settings, so we might want to contact them now to get them in there.
The who?
The people in Fremont that installed our buildings are the only people that have access to changing the air conditioning. Yeah, that's why it took me 3 years to get my air conditioning turned on.
Listen, we have the same problem in the district office. We could not control one of the HVACs at all. We'd be blowing air conditioning on my head in my office all day long, regardless of what the temperature was outside. So Victor is well aware that we have these types of issues.
I know, I'm saying that,
here
like,
yet.
we can get him notified so that we can, like, start the process.
That would
It
be
takes
like
them a solid-
another note, that if someone would take that, obviously we need to address that. That's amazing to me. I'm so glad you're in the room. I had no idea that people far away control your air conditioning.
Yes.
That's brilliant.
Just call them and say, could you turn it down?
It's almost as good as when Victor realized that the 2 air handling units on top of the DO, the exhaust blew into the intake of the other one. Hence, the DO is currently working out of the library and portable because there's a mold infestation that just.
Oh my God.
Actually, it's all cleaned out now and they're trying to redo the stucco and get us back in. So that's been fun. Okay. Want to go on to the next section?
I think that's good. I like that Nurse Suppleman, you're just reminding us that in the bottom line, the 2 biggest things we can do is have our masks and wash our hands. Right, those are gonna be the 2 most proactive things we can do when we're here, with our colleagues and our kids.
Let's talk about PPE. Okay? PPE, students and staff, under what circumstances, training's needed, how will changes in PPE be communicated to all stakeholders? So grow on up. Our lowest risk plan is everybody is at home and any staff on campus will follow health department guidelines for face covering, and we should probably put sanitization, hand washing there as well. Because in our lowest risk plan, if all the students are out, the only people on campus would be staff members. So guideline and PPE, right? So that was pretty straightforward. So then if you go all, okay, right, custodial staff will wear appropriate PPE as determined by the district nurse and the director of MOTF and be trained in proper use. All staff, take out that and, will be provided with at least two, actually I've ordered 3, washable face coverings. So you can see this has been a draft for a while. Staff will be provided clear, face shield upon request as well. So if you go to the right, far right, back up. All right. Students and staff will wear PPE that meets health department guidelines. So whatever the health department is determining when we're in stage 4, that's what we'll follow. And we'll all be back at work, like normal, but using whatever PPE.
We need to put sanitation.
PPE and sanitation, yeah, that meets, health department guidelines. I mean, it's pretty, it's the middle plan that, right? Okay.
Yeah, the low plan and the high plan are easy. It's the
That
middle
one's-
one that's done.
Right, okay. So, and please, this is just a draft, so as we want to, adjust this and, we should put health aides and assistants in case anyone, needs to assist a health aide on campus, like if they have a student in the health aide office and then someone in the isolation tent, someone will need to assist them. All right, so students and staff will wear a face covering for health department guidelines because now they're recommending anyone over the age of 2 has a face cover on unless they have a medical condition. Is that still?
Right.
So
Where they can't take it off.
I know my TK teachers are gonna.
With their jackets backwards.
But I got these little primary masks that hopefully will, you know, I can get in there and get that. So health aides and assistants will wear appropriate PPE as determined by the district nurse, and be trained in proper use. So that's what Elizabeth was saying earlier, like if you're in the isolation room, you put on the gown, you glove up, you wear the N95 or the K95 mask that's fitted to you. When you're working with a student who's exhibiting symptoms, and then there's proper training on how to take that material off safely. Change that to 3.
We need to add washing hands in that section too.
Yes.
Sanitizing, washing.
Well, this is about PPE, so no. That was in the other one.
Equipment that we're gonna have, right?
So this is about equipment, so
So you're providing washable face masks.
washable face
How are
masks.
they going to be washed?
You will wash them.
So
You can wash them in the sink.
Each child, each family is required to wash their face mask. So that's gonna take some education.
Yes.
Okay.
So, that's one of the reasons. 3, wash one, wear one, dry one, right? So, and, we can do a video. A lot of our families, they don't do laundry as often as some of us, but you can safely wash them in a sink with soap. And we, so that's the thing. So, create, videos on hand washing masks safely.
And then identifying them for each student.
Yes.
I think that's
And what can, yes, that's a good one.
Sharpie marker.
Yes,
Sharpie.
yes. So, making sure that we,
Masks
it's
are
like when you're in the military and you gotta put your last name on your underpants.
Yeah.
There are Sharpies that are made for writing on cloth.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
We
you'll
also
need,
need
yes,
to
that's
Like the
brilliant.
front and the back, because they don't wanna put the,
Yeah.
if it's all one
Yeah.
color, and then, oh, maybe everyone can have a brown bag, so when they're eating, they have their name on the brown bag, and they can put their mask safely in the brown bag, or.
Okay.
You need to keep
Oh,
your mouth
yes.
closed.
Good idea.
So we're gonna need to have PPE protocols for students,
Putting on, storing it.
putting on,
Washing-
storing,
Keeping it separate from someone else's.
keeping, yes. No, I mean, that's brilliant, yes.
Is Ziploc, are Ziploc baggies?
It doesn't allow the mask to dry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it harbors,
Yeah.
moisture in
So
it.
paper bags.
Paper bags. And they could also do like I was thinking tissue or
Mhm.
something,
Yeah.
and then just place it like this with the bottom, the bottom part.
Yeah.
Tissue, that might
So
be easier.
protocols for, removing masks at lunch.
And also videos on how to take them on and put them off.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, like that you pull it up this way and you lay it down and then you're not,
Brown paper bags.
Donna, do we have any emails?
Oh, we're doing this form. And no, not updated emails, but
Okay,
we've got this form going on and not a lot.
All right, so I just wanted to check in. We've been going about an hour and 20 minutes. If anyone has emailed, who's watching?
We're watching, I'm watching.
I can see how many people are on the list.
No emails to our
There's
task
3
force?
people doing the Google Docs, one person's really just I've put more stuff in it than anybody else.
Okay. All right.
We have 27 people watching.
27.
Hi, everybody.
I'm 27 people. Yes.
Okay, as far as reinforcing the mask for students,
Uh-huh.
do we want, I can anticipate some parents not being comfortable with that. Do we want a letter sent home where parents can sign and say, do not want my child to wear a mask? My child can't wear a mask? Is there any?
This is gonna be one of those that our health department guidelines for reopening indicate that anybody above the age of 3, unless they have a health condition, will wear a face covering.
So at the entry point, right? If they're not present with the mask at that
Then
point,
we've got some of these on the way.
and then
So
as a
hand them and
principal,
say, this is your mask for the day.
and if the parent decides I'm not doing that,
Then the parent can explore virtual if we determine that on Wednesday, that that's gonna be an option for some of our students.
so it is gonna be a pretty much basic requirement.
Yeah.
And I think the kids with asthma those are the ones I'm thinking.
But that's a medical condition, right? And those students could possibly wear a face shield to at least minimize coughing, sneezing, which happens. Sometimes I sneeze when I first put this on, and I'm not sick. It's just, my nose being like, girl, what? Gloves, right?
It's not on there yet.
The requirements for wearing gloves. It's if you're disinfecting a surface, or you are working with food or trash, or a student or a staff member showing signs.
So for this, would it be just like gloves will be provided where necessary?
Yes, we could do that. But if I have a teacher who wants to come in wearing gloves or bring their own gloves, then cool.
Yeah.
But we would certainly have a box of gloves for if you need to do a wipe down, if somebody, had a coughing fit and you're like, okay, I'm just gonna glove up and do this real quick. Right?
have a box of gloves.
Right, and so we should put that each workstation will have, additional disposable mask, because somebody's strap will break, or somebody will spill something on it and then it's wet. And gloves,
And we're
right?
gonna need some non-latex gloves.
Yes, Victor's ordering non-latex. I am allergic to latex gloves, as are some of his employees.
I think we're gonna find a majority of our adult community are gonna wanna use their own masks, even their own gloves. I mean, we'll have those on hand for adults, but I know for myself, I'd rather just use my own gloves and wash them, or however we're gonna, just like I would a mask.
I mean, I know a lot of teachers, the mask that they get, the washable ones, may not be the ones that they wear on the regular that they want to come in, but you might keep them in the drawer in case something happens to yours and you have it. And it's a backup for you. And that's okay. I'm not dictating that I'm handing you 3 masks and you have to wear one of these 3 masks every day. I mean, I did what you have going on right now, and I don't want to ruin that for you. I'm investing in some scarf-like masks, because I like, something not this making my face sweaty. And so that's gonna be a thing, but you at least have the backup,
Will
that you
kids
have.
get the option to wear their own masks from home too?
Yes, I think that would be fair, if kids have their own mask as well, that's fine.
I don't know, did we want to say something about, they must be properly fitted to cover?
That's part of our training videos, right? How to properly wear your mask, and what we can do is use this kind of mask, use a tie behind the head, use a mask like Jill has on, and show the different variations of what they might have, as well as what we're gonna provide them. I think.
Face coverings, period.
Yeah.
Some way, shape, or form, right? And
What
some
else?
parents might
For
be more
PPE.
comfortable using their own on their kids versus.
Appropriate PPE at all necessary workstations, restrooms, just
Yes,
office.
appropriate PPE and appropriate PPE for different levels of work, right? So there's a different level of PPE, of course, at food services, they glove up, they do this, right?
Diverse locations on the campus.
Right, yes. what she said.
Gotcha.
What other kind of PPE are you envisioning that, I mean, think about you in a classroom like this with this number of students. Is that if your students have this level of PPE, we've talked about hand washing, sanitization, those things, the PPE that a health aide would have, different levels for food services. Custodial has appropriate PPE if they have to come in. So if somebody in this classroom exhibits symptoms and.
Classroom first aid boxes are upgraded to COVID levels.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, they will be. And so that if the class vacates this room, because the one student, our custodial staff will be trained and have a different level of PPE because they'll be using different cleaning equipment. They'll probably come in with the aerosol again, and do the whole room as well as wipe down each surface, do more of a deep cleaning of the room, and let it sit for a period before students are welcome back in and staff, right?
Okay,
Yes.
preschool, we have our parents signing in and signing out.
We are going to have a different entry procedure, per the guidelines on that. So there will definitely be staggered entry for preschool. And there will be a different methodology because, there's so many contact points when you're dropping off a little one, signing in and out. So we talked about ways that they could do a virtual signature. Our CDE consultant is working with us on how we can facilitate. For state preschool, you have to sign in and sign out daily, whoever picks up and drops off.
And to simplify it, everyone that gets out of the car needs to have a mask, they have a sanitizing station, they have to mark
Yeah.
areas. If you have to, you can have a clean box of pins and a dirty box of pins,
Yeah.
right? And you can also have them bring their own pen.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had to go to that, you
Yes.
couldn't do the virtual
No,
signature.
So
That's what
it's
I'm good at.
really about educating and setting a procedure and then really, really educating them on it and holding the line on what we put forward for that. Preschool will always look different. The state sends out whole different regulations on how that's gonna look. But we're still we're gonna provide the same level of PPE, the same level of disinfectant, the way we serve food is gonna change, that kind of stuff, to match this as much as possible. You are SDC preschool, so you are totally under that same guideline. I keep iterating that state preschool. And because if we don't follow whatever the state tells us we do, then we risk losing the funding. So that's a little different.
Victor's buying plexiglass for the various areas in the district that need it.
Yes, so like front office space, we could plexiglass with a little, you can slide a document in if you need to, that kind of thing.
But trying to find.
Diaper changing, so that might need different PPE, your diapering, do that.
And that needs different PPE on a good day. And, ventilation as well.
Disposal, I think the disposal needs to be different.
That's true.
I think
That's
we're looking
right.
at a little bit higher biohazard.
We certainly would need to, anything, right, that, so any contact with a bodily fluid of any kind needs a higher level of disposal and, proper.
So maybe the procedure on that or
Well,
the.
we have a diaper, whatever it's called, yeah.
But it should
It's when
probably,
you step on the thing and
Yeah.
we always wrap it in a bag first
Uh-huh.
and seal it just to keep the smell
Right.
contained.
but what we might wanna do is empty that container twice a day,
Yeah.
you know? So
And we
we
might
might
wanna consider
indicate, higher
gowns.
levels
Yeah, do you
of,
wear gowns?
I think
Yeah,
disposable,
gowns.
the disposable
I think
ones.
preschool need gowns.
Okay.
for
And
that.
face shield.
We could, Elliot and I can.
Yeah.
Everyone will have.
well, gowns and face shield,
I think
for
we
sure,
need to cover
right?
their eyeballs.
Yeah. So, actually, I would just put, additional gear for, or additional PPE as needed for preschool, and you can put example diapering, bodily fluids, because, preschoolers have a lot of snot. on any given day.
You might put /SDC on there, because I think we might
You
still
could-
have.
yes,
we
I
might
would
still
do
have
that, put
SDC
slash
diapering on
SDC.
K1.
That's true, yeah.
Anything that we're doing
Yeah.
that close up.
Yeah,
And maybe disposal.
yeah,
You know, it
yeah,
kind of varies.
disposal, procedures may be
yeah.
upgraded,
I would say
upgraded disposal procedures.
between both classes, it wouldn't exceed 6 a day.
Thank you.
Anything else right now for PPE? We can always come back to it if you think of something later. Break or move on? Move on. Okay, let's go on to the next one. You guys are like, let's get it done. Okay, that's cool. All right.
I like that attitude.
All right, this is our, I don't know what, cleaning procedures and schedules to prevent disease transmission. So how will we promote frequent hand washing and prevent overcrowding at hand washing locations? So some of these questions have already come up and I keep being like, oh, we're gonna get to it. All right, and what are the routine cleaning, disinfecting procedures and the frequency? Classroom procedures for desktops, doorknobs, microwaves in the staff lounge, right? Cleaning supplies provided. So this is where we can get into some of those cleaning supplies that we want to have. Schedule for campus staff to disinfect any touch points regularly. Procedures for rooms where people with respiratory symptoms or fever have been, so our isolation rooms. Routine cleaning if a custodian is absent. Ashley, you asked about that. What happens if we just have one? And I mentioned that there are additional staff who are available to assist now. School bus seats and touch points on buses. All right, so we'll talk about that. Routes for physical distancing, determining how many students need transportation, training custodial staff to use the disinfectants and sanitizers, air conditioning, and heater filters. So you can see maybe some of our earlier bullet points we can put in here. So if students and teachers engage in virtual only, then it's really staff provided with personal hand sanitizer, disinfectant wipes, and trained on how to properly clean their workstation. That, like, if I'm a teacher and I'm just doing my virtual lesson, but I'm doing it from my classroom and the classroom's empty, and I just want to maintain my own, personal area. I've got the wipes to do so. I've got the gloves to wear while I do it, that kind of stuff, right?
Maybe a checklist.
We definitely talked about having a checklist, right, for the different levels. So if I'm a teacher and I choose to come use my workstation, even though we're doing virtual, you'd have a checklist for this setting, right? So
This is no question.
if anyone else enters your room, wipe down doorknobs, that kind of thing. Yeah. And we would have that same thing for each level, right? So then that might be a secondary thing that we put together. Maybe we can do that as a group in a Google Doc, right? Of what would a checklist look like for level 1, level 2, level 3? As a teacher, what would you want to have an eye on?
One thing that, like, we're talking about other staff cleaning as well, right?
Mhm.
Is to have, like in restaurants, they have that, the restroom has been cleaned by, and it has the date and the time and the initial.
Aha.
That would make me feel more secure as a staff member going in, like, oh, the bathroom was cleaned 10 minutes ago, like.
Yeah, you could have the checklist on the top and then it running.
Yeah, it just comes down.
That's not a
Right,
bad idea.
yeah.
So what would you call that? Like a cleaning verification
Yeah.
list?
Running record.
And share,
That'll confuse the
a
primary
cleaning
teacher.
verification list in
Yeah.
shared facilities.
Yeah. Even in classrooms.
Right?
Just,
So
I did it this time, just documentation.
based on your checklist, right?
Yeah.
You'd be like,
So the
I wiped
checklist
the doorknobs down before I left.
Checklist
or,
and
Document, clean and disinfect.
Yep.
Yeah.
So just documentation.
Yeah, cleaning verification lists
Yeah.
in shared facilities. And then, one of the things that we would want to put in both the highest risk and the medium would be that, the staff, wiping down, shared, equipment, and you put example copy machine, microwave, all things that I had not even thought of when I first looked at this template, but just like we talked about, like at the gym. And so we'll make sure that each of those areas has the wipes for a person to just wipe it down after they use it. Let's talk about buses a little bit. So, originally it said, like half the students could ride a bus. So the latest guideline says 50 students can ride a bus.
That's a lot.
Yeah, okay, that's a lot, right?
Yeah.
All right.
How do you guys get a mask day on?
Oh,
Oh, Lord.
Didn't it used to be 40
Now-
anyway?
now here's something that's interesting. I asked Victor to do a couple of layers for me so I could get a real visual on. Our board policy says that any students within a 3/4 radius walk to school unless they live in an unsafe route to school. For instance, we have some students who live within technically a 3/4 mile radius, but they would have to cross not one, but two very busy streets, deeming that an unsafe route to school. And then, so he used Google Maps, it was amazing, and he did the little radius, right? Transportation is not a requirement except for special education. Now, those students who live in an unsafe area, or for instance, those students who technically live in walking distance to Santa Rita, but who take a bus to McKinnon for our necessity, we need to continue to bus those students, right? So he's looking now, he's working with his staff to identify the students who live within one of those radius boundaries that is a safe route who are getting bused. So it's time consuming because you actually have to take your route list and you have to put the pinpoints on it. And so I'm not there yet on knowing how many students are currently in walking distance but receive transportation. I'm just not there yet on it. But I do know this. If we continue to bus the current capacity of students bused, and we use those original guidelines, most routes need 3 trips. So if based on that, which he did before last week's new guidelines of 50 students, busing started at the first route pickup began at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
The last route pickup began at 9, and it was 3 trips. And between each trip is a 17-minute stop at transportation for disinfection.
Oh, man.
So imagine what time that last group of kids would get to school.
Right.
How many kids were we putting on buses before all this? 60, 70?
Some of our buses, like our electric bus, it has a slightly lower capacity in the 70s.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I think our bigger buses are a little closer to like 89.
Yeah, I think
So
that's
it's
bus capacity about.
Almost half.
Almost.
So,
So one thought is to put an adult on there to monitor
My
face
face.
coverings.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
we're like federal, we're like, you gotta have people watch.
I know, all the time, right? And so that's the kind of thing that we have to think out. One, we need to minimize the number of students on a bus at any given time receiving transportation, period. And that's gonna take a real education campaign, a real safety campaign, so that parents understand what the safe route is. And we have to explore what we can do to ease the anxiety about students walking to school within that radius. Because it's really the only safe way that we can still provide transportation in a feasible manner. Because what Victor gave me says, yes, we can still transport students, but it's not feasible for the educational setting. I can't have my last group of students getting there at noon
Right.
if everybody else's day started at 8. You know, and so it's not feasible, right? So there's a layer of that we have to consider.
If you have those adults on the bus monitoring face masks, then as soon as the kids get off,
That adult.
they start
They start
wiping.
wiping
Yes.
out while
You
in
do this side,
transit.
you do that side.
Well, here's what the disinfecting of a bus looks like. it's a backpack aerosol.
Yeah.
Because it needs to get the whole thing, it needs to land on the seats and it needs to land on the floor and it needs to sit. It has to, after you get it sprayed, he timed it out for me about how long it would take. And so the going in, spraying it, letting it sit with the doors and windows closed for a few minutes, and then going in and ensuring the surfaces are dry takes approximately 17 minutes per bus. So we need to minimize the number of bus routes.
Well, maybe we could encourage the socially distanced, walking school bus, where maybe parents in the community will want to, like, at certain times, will want to sign up to, like, make sure students are getting there, and they're also keeping their mask on, they're secure,
With the
they're
district
walking
office
across the
employees.
street the right way, and they're being socially distant.
I like that,
Like a
like
walking-
walking bus stop.
Yeah.
And we're talking
So
about
parents can drop
this-
them off and they're safe, and then we walk to school.
And there'll be like parent monitors there.
Basically going back to the.
Karen,
Yeah.
The Blue Zone Project has that program already, and I forwarded Michael especially the site, to give him the site, all the information already.
Okay, so I was thinking of McKinnon in particular. There are a lot of students who live across Veranda. So, but within that walking radius. So what we have to do to provide a safe route there is that there really does have to be traffic control with a human being stopping traffic and letting kids walk. And this might be something that we can connect with our SROs
Yes, or
Yeah.
And the
to
thing is,
provide twice a day, you
and
know?
the thing is, kids are distracted no matter what, and they're not gonna be really able to see the cars with the mask. Because it's gonna provide, an obstruction for them visually.
It is why we would have to have someone who is basically being a traffic cop
And I think it
to
would
allow
be
students
best
to
to have
safely cross.
the SROs help facilitate in that, because, how we.
But it's a very bit, it's a
Rage and
city,
driving.
it's a city street. It's not like having a crossing guard out here on Van Buren, which is ours.
Right.
It's something that we need a higher level of facilitation on that.
But I like the idea of the parents though, creating like the community and like little bus stops along that where they get them to and where we're providing the safe crossing, but the families are kind of coming together because there's some families that
And it's like, well,
the
I have
busing
to
is the
go
way
to,
the kids get to school.
and it's like, I have to go to work early today,
Yeah.
and there's like the sign up genius, like,
Yeah.
apps that they could kind of do within.
I
schools or
could see
whatever.
that being very applicable to McKinnon's
Yes.
and
Yeah.
New Republic.
Like we just meet at the end of the driveway and then we all go.
Yeah.
Like at the corner here and here.
Ashley's been trying to say something for
Sorry,
like
I
5
just have a quick
minutes.
question.
Yeah.
This is in regards to more risk plan, right? So theoretically, we'll have less students to
Yes.
manage anyway.
Yes.
So
So it's
Even
really,
more
it's really
feasible
about our
for
more
people.
risk plan on buses.
So
Right,
we just need a
minimize the number of
busing-
students, receiving district transportation is number one.
Busing protocol needed for general to specific, for site specific and age group specific.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Busing protocol needed, general to specific for site and age group.
Yes.
So then my next question is, if we're doing temperature checks.
Yeah.
Do we let them get on the bus?
Yeah, shouldn't that be done before they get on the bus?
How can we possibly do temperature
that.
checks at every bus stop?
You have to have it on the bus.
So what happens if they get to school?
What happens if they're waiting at their bus stop and mom and dad already
Yeah.
left because they were waiting on the bus?
Yeah.
We put them in isolation. I don't know.
I mean,
So
so
we
there's
get back to
a,
school, they get isolated.
and this is one of those that we tried to puzzle
That's a
out,
what if.
and I don't know the answer to that one.
Yeah.
Some districts are doing the temperature, but they have adults at each bus stop.
Yeah.
That will wait with the child. Others, but if that's not the child that has to go back home, and there's no one at home.
Could be a parent volunteer at the
And
bus stop.
because basically, once a child is at the bus stop getting ready to
Yeah.
get on the bus, they're ours.
Yeah, well, unless you.
And so the only safe way is to get them to school and then do the symptom temperature check.
Yeah.
All we can do is minimize the risk, we cannot eliminate it.
What, this might be a parking lot next page question,
Uh-huh.
but in terms of like now, right, if the kid is sick, if they barf, they go home, if they have a temperature, they go home. But to me, that, like, what other criteria will we have? Like, it seems to me there should be more criteria than that. like, if they're coughing, they should go home. Like what, or is that coming soon?
It's far
Okay,
Yes, girl. Yes.
Just keep scrolling.
They're basically
Tylenol
protocols
wears
for
off.
identifying symptoms
The
and that
Tylenol wears
comes
off.
later.
Yeah.
Yes.
All the Tylenol wears off,
Yes. We're going like, he didn't have a fever
Oh,
this morning,
no,
but
I
I gave him
I'm
Tylenol.
not getting Tylenol this morning.
After you go, then just wipe it. That'd be something. to
You're on
ask
test
them in the
days,
morning.
right?
Did you get
And did you have
Oh,
Tylenol?
that'd be a question in the morning.
Mhm.
Did your parents give you medicine this
Yeah.
morning?
Oh.
I didn't
But it's not, it's better not now.
Again, you won't, like Melissa says, you can't eliminate things.
No.
You could, believe me, this will make you crazy. We have been batting these things around for weeks administratively, and it's all
Yeah, with the-
consuming, it's daunting,
Yeah.
and it's not as easy as what this nation is making it sound to be, that we can just magically start schools in August. It's not that.
And, you know, and we're having this conversation, and I want to iterate that we're taking this very, very seriously. I know some of you have probably already been personally affected. Basically, my last aunt, my favorite one, my childhood savior, died from COVID-19. And my cousin couldn't be with her as she was passing because she had COVID-19 herself. So she had to stay at home and be quarantined. And the best that she got was a very sweet doctor who stayed on the phone with her as they were taking her off ventilation. So I take it very, very seriously. And when I say all we can do is minimize the risk, that's the best we can do.
Yeah.
And at the same time, we have to do what's best for our students. So I have to consider, and I know we'll talk about this in the instructional meeting on Wednesday, but a lot of our students, they're at home by themselves, or their parents don't have high levels of literacy themselves, and so they're not able to help them. Some of our students have been going to work in the field with their parents. And so we have to consider all of that when we get to our instructional planning and how we bring kids back to school and all the reasons why. And then the best we can do is to do this to minimize the risk for those of us who are serving these students and families, as well as the students who are receiving the service daily. And part of that is being very vigilant all the time. And that's it's a higher level of stress for teachers, because you're having to be vigilant about a whole other set of behaviors that, and at the same time, a whole different level of socio-emotional concerns. As students have been dealing with isolation, we have some students who may have needed to see a mandated reporter and haven't seen one for months. Those are the kids that I worried about from the shutdown, from the very beginning. Those kids that we were their mandatory reporter and they weren't able to see us. So they'll be coming back to us in some capacity. Even if we do fully online, how do we make sure that we build a program that addresses that? So a lot of that, we're going to begin that work on Wednesday. Donna, you?
I'm just gonna say, on the positive side though, doing this and the meeting on Wednesday and just all the meetings we've already had, I'm excited because we have a positive way we're gonna have, kids need us. And this may be the safest place for them to be for what, an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 7 hours, however it's built. It may be the safest place physically, emotionally, health-wise, than where they may be going if they're staying home, or mentally, physically, socio-emotionally, whatever. And so seeing the room set up like this, knowing that we've got all these things already on order, knowing that we've had all these conversations already, and our teachers need to see kids too, and that part of it as well. But it's all impacted us. But the exciting part is if we do it right, and we do it with the positive thought of they're not walking around Lowe's with half the people just touching everything and then they touch everything, which they could be doing right now. This may be built safer than they are anywhere else they are if they go out in town.
That's true.
Absolutely. On that.
Frightening, but totally true. Right? Anything else in this section? We'll move on. Okay. Scroll on down.
All right.
All right, required physical distancing. This is kind of where we've talked about some of these a little earlier. Notice that one's totally blank for me in the middle. And you'll see where I started tapping out on trying to fill this out. So, will we need to change our schedule? Drop off pickup? Are we looking at like a possible hybrid model? So some of what we'll do on Wednesday will feed into this as well, but there are some of these questions that we don't have foreign exchange students, so that one's easy. And so how will you ensure distancing? Common shared spaces will be closed, ? Library, staff lounges. So that whole wiping down the microwave, turns out that's where we should have put that. Offices, classrooms rearranged to accommodate physical distancing. Staggered times when people are moving outside their classrooms, so that if for instance, if even in the middle school setting, they're in a cohort, how do we get them outside for some recess to come back in as a group? So there are certain things like that. It's about the movement of any students you have on campus. What are we doing to limit the number of individual students and teachers you come into contact with every day? So like cohorting, keeping the one group in a bubble. Level of restriction, field trips, how are we going to do that? No foreign exchange students. Meetings held virtually rather than in person. Employees who don't work directly with students. How are they going to work from home or school sites? Employees that need to work alternating shifts to avoid too many employees in a particular space, like shared offices. For us, we don't have a lot of that, but like some larger districts, they've basically got a big bullpen for their business services and things like that, where people are in cubicles. So this is just what I what I wrote down. Oh God, nobody's throwing up on a draft. So students and teachers engage in virtual only class activities, events, meetings held virtual when possible. And here we are. Any meetings held in person will require use of PPE and social distancing of participants. We're watching this magic happen right now. So then the high risk, we're back in everything. We're just following the guidelines. School will resume as usual, particular focus maintaining healthy environment, that kind of thing. Let's get to the middle where it's blank.
Conferences?
Ooh, good question. So that's one of those things, right? But that, right? So again, it's any meeting that can be held virtually will be done virtually, including parent conferences, where possible. Now I say where possible because we have a couple of staff members who live over there as well. We have some families who live, and I want to say it's off of Old Stage Road, and there's literally no internet to them. And so I know one of our staff members, she was working in a summer program and they tried giving her a hotspot and there's nothing for it to connect to. So that didn't work. But what they were able to do is provide her access to her individual classroom so she could come in and do work over the summer. I believe it's with Migrant Ed. And so that's one of those instances, and I'm still on the wait list for T-Mobile hotspots. Any minute now, I'm sure they're just gonna roll in. I'm not gonna hold my breath though. But it's the case that we have some people who are we are unable to give them that. And so there will be a little thinking outside the box of what we do for them, right? So in the instance that right now our one staff member who lives out there, that there just wasn't getting her any kind of connectivity, right? No matter what we did. That might be the case where that teacher and any teacher really, if we're doing virtual and the access in the classroom, I could see that being applicable if you're going to do like synchronous lessons, where you're streaming, that you might come to your classroom to do it, to have access to your board, your TV, your materials, and then you're just in your isolated bubble, and then the procedures we put in place for that. So, or like here, if this category for instruction ends up being some sort of hybrid model where half your class is in here with you on a given day and your other half of your class is over there watching you from a computer, that way we ensure that they're working during the school hours, they are there. They are not in the field or touching things at Lowe's or whatever other myriad number of things teenagers do. That we facilitate that, right? And so one of the reasons I wanted to get a jump on this and get the teams together, get as much input as possible, is there may be a large order of equipment that Nicole Jensen has to facilitate. Because if we need more tablets, if we need more stands, if we need, speakers and things like that to effectively do this, either in the virtual setting or some sort of hybrid where only half your class is interfacing with you in person and the other half of the class is receiving instruction. I know, like in looking at other districts, like having, if they're doing like a cohort and a B cohort, what you'd want to avoid is having to reteach.
Yeah.
Because then you're minimizing the number of standards you're actually getting to, right? And you're exhausted as a teacher being like, oh my God, I just said that yesterday, right? And I say that as somebody who started teaching with 90-minute alternating block classes. So I really did have to repeat myself every other day for 90 minutes with 8th graders who read below grade level. It was delightful. And I may still be scarred from that experience. Actually, that experience is what made me stay in teaching. At one point I thought I can teach for a year, then I'm going to law school. Turns out I really loved that. But that if we can facilitate just the ongoing instruction, however it is virtual, hybrid, that we just go, right? And so we'll look at that on Wednesday as teachers and principals and how we can facilitate that. Just to give you a heads up, our meeting on Wednesday will probably break into grade level cohorts for primary, elementary, middle school, because the models might look a little different. I can speculate what teaching TK looks like virtually. And I feel that the word nightmare might come to play, right? Because
Special ed
therefore, so, yeah, you'd have to wear like superhero costumes and change like 3 times during a session and, really
Bring in
keep it engaged. It'd be super exhausting. So it may look different for the different grade levels, and that kind of thing. So there's a certain level of flexibility we need to explore, because it's all about what's best for our students. I talked so long, I forgot what this topic was about.
Social distancing in the classroom?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
So we were talking about like students working together, we can talk about that tomorrow. Or
Say that again.
students working together.
Well,
So what is, yeah.
Like, desks would have to be 6 feet apart, and they say like speaking louder, says more.
more error. So that might be one of those where we're lucky that we have one-to-one Chromebooks,
Yeah.
because collaboration may need to move to virtual,
so
right?
like-
So definitely that's something that like, that when we talk about, and I could see us coming back and putting some more bullet points here after Wednesday,
I
right?
think we're a little cardboard, yeah.
Yeah, so this is one that we'll get some other information, from our meeting on Wednesday.
Okay.
Do you think possibly the teachers will need a microphone to project their voice if they're wearing a mask?
That's that kind of thing for equipment. It's one thing if you're a teacher isolated in your classroom, fully virtual.
Right.
You could remove that, you're alone. But if you are in a room here and you're wearing a mask, and if I were sitting where Donna was at, I would be like,
Because I could tell you.
as a student, right? I'd
I'm
be like,
even
oh,
picking up not everything everybody's saying,
Right.
because
Yeah.
I tend to read lips too, not hearing them.
Right.
So I'm like, I think a lot of our kids might need that.
There are some of those, and I know special ed teachers often have them first where you wear it here and it helps project your voice. So that's kind of one of those things that like, I'm over here going, we're gonna have to do some equipment orders, right?
Yeah.
Based on what we need. Or if I have a teacher who's working from home, what kind of equipment are they gonna need to keep going?
And then
Right.
properly teaching the, teachers how to use that.
Yeah.
Their
So,
PD, and a lot of the PD now is gonna have to be virtual, right? So I can't really go shoulder to shoulder with people and be like, let's do it this way, click here, because we're all touching the same thing. So we're all learning a whole new skill set.
Would trying to go paperless be included here, like not passing papers out and handing them back?
Man, I had the thought last week where I went, we're not checking out library books.
Yeah, like I got,
Like it didn't dawn on me until I went, so much of the day I was in the library. I walked in and I was like, we're obviously not gonna be checking in and out books. So we're gonna have to get access to books online.
yeah, one of this.
Things like that to keep reading going, or if middle school decides they wanna do like some sort of novel study, we get the book for every kid and that goes home,
Yeah.
right? It's
When-
their book.
One of us
Forever.
has asked all of their teachers to remove their books from the classrooms before they even resume.
So, and that's a consideration, right? So if we were to go fully online, as the person who orders textbooks, do I need to order additional textbooks? See, back in the day, before we had the Chromebooks, there were two sets of textbooks, one that stayed in the classroom
Yeah.
for like the class use and reuse of the same book, and one that went home with every kid, right? And so right now, all of our textbooks, for middle school in particular, are accessible on the Chromebook.
Yeah.
And I have a few instances where kids can't get the internet who may still need a physical book, and we have enough to do that now. But it's a lot of factors that basically starting on Wednesday, we can start to get a framework, because it's really gonna imply the push that we need to order additional materials, like for student use, additional equipment for teacher use, and all of those things that have to be in place before school starts. With appropriate training on how to use any of it. So like, I've never used one of those microphones. I'd have to learn that.
I could just foresee leaving it on, going to staff room, saying something.
It doesn't have that range.
Shop talk
It
in
doesn't have
staff
that
room.
range. It doesn't have.
And little ones.
Yeah, but if you hung out with me
part
more than an
because-
hour and I stubbed my toe, I've now probably said something, inappropriate.
True.
So just that, being very aware if that thing's on. That's true, right? Or if your technology's not working and you just say a little expletive because you're really done with it that day and everybody's streaming it like, oh my God, Miss Tripp just said. So, yeah, and so it's all a whole different environment. And so that was one of the things on Wednesday, and like just sort of inviting all of our teachers at large to be able to interact with their site representatives and their principals as we go. Just look at how many things have come up in here just off the cuff, like, oh, this or that, or that kind of thing is going to happen with instruction as well. And we're moving right into July, and I'm going to need to order anything if we're going to have it in place. The sooner the better. So
What about for in the classroom, like little whiteboards, like if they're doing answers, is that the teachers?
we do those.
We do those?
Yep.
Okay.
But we'd have to make sure it's just theirs and that we web it and, a little more procedures around.
They have it in there.
We might need more whiteboard.
So, yeah.
We might only have
We
five.
might actually need to just go ahead and get the hard ones instead of the ones that we make, or
Yeah.
maybe the ones that we make is easier because we can just throw them out after a month and make new ones. I don't know.
Yeah.
We can think that out, right? That's one of
Yeah.
those which would be better.
So frustrated thinking because, some of my kiddos, their goal is learning how to share.
How's a preschool classroom gonna look with no plush toys?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and bleaching the playground?
Well, alcohol, you know, you can do that, spray it down.
You're talking bleach and water.
But it's one of those that you think about that and you're like, how it could change for the different levels. Like the recommendation that no shared plush, items, and that's so important in preschool, TK, kinder, you know, and because you can't clean them easily. And no sharing.
And can they still dress up? Cause all
No.
those clothes and
No.
hats.
Right.
No,
So,
I'm getting these visions of the air raids we used to do when I was in
I was getting
Yeah,
visions
where'd you grow up?
Michigan.
I did those in Florida.
Yeah, we had
Like,
air
you're
raid
gonna have
shelters. Our
human
school was
invasions.
air raid shelters. So
And hiding under the desk, that's.
hiding under the desk, cause that's gonna save you.
I was
Yeah.
getting vision of, more lice because everyone's wearing masks behind their ears.
I can't believe you said that word.
Yeah.
I've gone months without hearing that word. For those watching, Karen Chubbuck just brought up the word lice. I want to share that with you all visually, so you can also get the same sensory, feeling that's coming upon me.
Everybody starts watching.
And itching will begin.
Oh, I know, I'm like. So, yes. So there's all kinds of additional protocols, right? And there's things to think about like paperless or minimizing paper. You're certainly not gonna share partner, edit papers anymore. But you might could do it on a Google Doc, right? Where you share that with your partner. I think we're all gonna get just a smidge more tech savvy.
We might be more intentional about
Yes.
personal school supplies, because I know teachers usually buy 6 boxes of markers, so we may just need to be looking at some of those things as well.
And so that's some of those things that like, I know when we did the initial closure, and sending students home suddenly to do basically, guided instruction at home, I was able to, and I ordered, and I bought all they had. We went and, MCOE has some storage lockers at a big, storage facility. And I got all their, instructional kits with like, pencils, paper, markers, color pencils, crayons for littles, little backpacks, things like that. And I got as many as we could so that we can give them out to students who needed them. Because for a lot of students, they come with just the bare minimum and they have none at home. And so that might be something that on Wednesday, we want to go ahead and discuss, like, is there a certain level of basic supplies that we need to get moving forward? For even if we do some sort of hybrid model, half of our students are working at home and the other half are here with us. And then the kits with their name on it, and that is their kit. It's kind of like if you go to a fancy nail salon and you can say, oh, I want my kit with my name on it, and then they'll just pull yours out and they don't use the shared equipment.
We don't have.
I do mine at home. I have nothing right now.
So that kind of stuff, you know, that as instructors and professional educators, we gotta kind of puzzle it out. And then just like we did with getting the PPE ordered as quickly as possible, just knowing there's probably a back order, it's, you know, slow delivery. What do we gotta get and how fast can we get it, right? And then how could we make sure that your little supply box is yours only? And maybe it's the plastic boxes that can be wiped down on the outside, that's got your name on it, and things like that. Okay.
Can I ask, I know this question's been asked before, but has there been any discussion about delaying the opening of school that August 5th date?
Yes, SRTA brought that up. I know, I want to say it's PG. I don't know. I think it's PG that their, the teacher start date is the same, but the student start date is like a week later than originally planned because the state has given like indications that instructional minutes have been kind of, I don't want to use the word waived, but flexed to a degree in order to allow, and this would be super important, right? Because all this information, we've got to get out to every employee, right? The instructional planning on Wednesday has to go out to anyone doing instruction as soon as possible so that they can start accessing any PD that they need, so that they can start making recommendations for what their instruction needs, equipment-wise, material, that kind of stuff, right? And then that just sort of coming in and prepping based on whatever model we roll out. So if it's an individual teacher in a classroom with no students, that they have at least a week to come in and sort of acclimate and go, okay, here's how my instruction will look now, right? It's one of the reasons I worked with Rosa to make sure that, one, we could add some additional PD hours for June, because some of the LCAP funding, we didn't take those last field trips. We didn't do, so there's a document that's basically going to hit the board this Wednesday. It's like your COVID written plan. I wrote it and I don't even know the title. Your written operations report that basically outlines what the district did just for the shutdown. The LCAP approval date is now December. It's usually June, right, for the upcoming school year, knowing that lots of different things are going to take place in what's normally a 3-year plan. And so right now, this first year of a new plan is going to look very different. So, and we can kind of funnel that funding for these things, and then setting aside some budget for reopening needs. So like the food delivery carts that Chuck needs. So we can say this is for the COVID-19 reopening, right? And can track those dollars. Did I answer the question that you asked me? Who asked me a question?
I did, I
Was
just asked about
talking
delayed
over you?
opening, so yes, kind of sorry.
Okay. What was the question?
Delayed opening?
Delayed opening, yes. Yes, I would say that's definitely an option, right? And I think on Wednesday, as we find out like what our teacher needs are, what their thoughts are about that. Because think about if we do some sort of middle of the road plan, right? Half your students there, half your students there. I have to then think about the way I would normally teach a lesson and go, okay, so normally I might be in the back of the room, but now I know I've got to get a handle on being here, and that's very different, and it's going to take time. And so just kind of looking at what are our guidelines that we have to have for instructional minutes or days or anything like that, if anything firmer ever comes out. And maybe that's why they're not saying anything firmer, so that it gives you a little more flexibility. But making sure that we allocate enough time for our teachers and our staff to be prepared in the event that students are coming back in any capacity at all, right? So, just the routine. How's that routine gonna look?
Yeah.
And just being able to come into campus without students for a period of time, you can kind of get your mind wrapped around what that might look like.
Have we, queried the parents?
We've queried parents, yes.
Are they comfortable
They
sending?
want them all. They want them all. Well, actually, it's riding about 20%.
Yeah.
Want them back full time.
Oh.
20.
Which
Actually, it was like 19.8%. So I didn't have enough survey results on Friday to disseminate it out for today. I only had about 400 responses, and I was hoping to get 1,000 and then share them out because we have like 3,700 students.
Yeah.
So it was basically like 15 questions about and it ranged from, is there someone at home to help with instruction if online? Outside of instruction, what are your greatest concerns? So food, basic supplies, things like that. So just some socio-emotional kind of well-being and general health questions, because what we saw and Donna Koenig has just been the absolute champ, since the shutdown, is families who needed things like diapers, soap, personal hygiene items.
Yeah.
For a while there, you just couldn't find them. And she became the woman in the red truck because she would pull up with.
Yay.
I'll make a children's book out of it.
Yeah.
Little red truck.
And, so if anybody ever wants to know what absolute just.
I need diapers.
dedication looks like.
Everybody wants to bring
So
them.
by Donna. And the food services with Chuck, how many moms came and they're pregnant and they've got children and we just went ahead and gave them a meal too, because. And then connections with All in Monterey, the food bank, to get boxes of food to the neediest families. And I mean, Donna's out there hand delivering them with staff.
I think this has really illustrated that schools are not just education in our country. Like we are a huge cornerstone
Oh my
of
gosh.
the entire society. We provide childcare, we provide food,
Yeah.
we provide shelter. Like I think it's really illuminated.
It really
What
has,
schools
right?
really
Just
do
all of the
provide.
different facets, just the socio-emotional
Yeah.
that we do,
Yeah.
right? And man, it's difficult when you think about how do we continue to provide those services, particularly that our community needs, right? So about 20%, to answer your question, of our parents surveyed, because I just simply asked them for the upcoming school year. And now this survey is anonymous at this point,
Sure.
right? So you tell me what school, what grade, but not who you are. And would you prefer a fully on-campus reopening? It's about 19.8%. The bulk of them, a hybrid, some on campus, some off campus, was how I put it. Like however, I didn't say how that might look.
Right.
Or a fully virtual, right? And so you really have a split, right? So the wanting to come back to campus completely versus the fully virtual. The fully virtual is also around 20%. So then the bulk. And the comments from parents, and maybe I'll have enough I can share out on Wednesday, and then with this group at large, is they're so concerned about safety that, and they'll make comments like, I know you guys are doing the best that you can, but it's really important that, I want my kid back in school, but I want them safe. I don't know how and many of them say, I don't know how that can be done, but that's what I need. And so parents are like super, being very, very reflective right now. And I think it's probably what you're talking about, just that realization that school is so much more than just work.
So with that being said, are we gonna give the parents some autonomy as to what, like with attendance and tardiness and all of that? I wonder how much autonomy we're gonna be able to give parents to choose.
So that's one of those things on Wednesday, is
Yeah.
there,
Like you sign up for a
do
pass.
we want to, as a district, determine further, right? Because there could be a next layer
Yeah.
survey that goes out from each site saying, okay, now tell me who you are. Tell me what grade your child is going in,
Yeah.
and what do you prefer?
Yeah. And then we just put them in.
And then we know
Yeah.
who they are, what grade,
Yeah.
how many there are, and do we want to explore matching teachers who want no children in a classroom to provide
Yeah.
online virtual instruction
Yeah.
with those particular students?
Yeah.
And that's, for Wednesday, all things considered, right? So it's, right now, no idea is a bad idea. It's whether or not it's feasible and accomplishable
Right.
and effective, right?
And what are we held to? Is what I guess, so.
So for
That's
like
fine.
attendance, same kind of thing as instructional minutes. So they're kind of indicating that funding may be based on enrollment as opposed to like the ADA
Right.
calculations that we've been doing, that kind of thing. Or that there are different methods of calculating attendance. So if I'm doing virtual, how do I count attendance? Is it that you're there, that you log in for at least this amount of time, that kind of thing? So all of that's sort of still in process, but getting a little firmer, right? And then how that might look for us, right? And there may be some subjects or classes that it would be impossible to facilitate fully online. And so how do we explore those models as an education community and then roll them out to be feasible and effective? Achievable and measurable, right? All those jargons. Yeah, I don't know about y'all, but I need 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Maybe some people email. Thanks, Melissa. Talk amongst yourselves.
I brought dance.
It's not long, but. Wow.
I think she would. I think no district will take on 14 months. Nobody will take that. Alright. I'll do it later. That's a risk. But it's a liability. I think we also need to talk about liability, like parents signing a waiver.
But then do we have to sign?
Public
Yes.
education, I don't think we have to.
I know.
But it's being brought up.
But
I
it's
brought it up a couple weeks ago,
I'm like-
so there was somebody, the response was that, well, school's not optional. In terms of like when you go
Yeah.
to school, like
Yeah.
it's very different than getting a haircut where you're voluntarily and then you sign,
Right.
you know, any waivers. But I do think the question has been asked, oh, I know the question's been asked, and not just of our district, but other districts as well. I don't know, tomorrow night, the high school has their board meeting. I'm gonna try to watch that live stream, see what they're up to. This is the last week where districts have like, kind of like their end of the year business. Board meetings and, which is including more than just, you know, budget approvals right now, which are.
Nadine, do you have any DHH kids?
We do, not enrolled within our,
Oh.
anyone that we can't serve as interregional. We do have students who get itinerant,
Okay.
you know,
I gave
services.
the information
Maybe
to my
thinking
board.
about getting those
But-
clear ones, you know, for just at
And I
least their
thought about doing it
instructors.
at our site too, but
Well, almost any
I don't know if it
sped
defeats
person's
the
gonna need
purpose
it
of
who's
the
doing
kids
assessments, is gonna need a face shield, right? Cause
Not
we
within
have to
some
start
people,
assessment
yes,
again. We
yeah,
can't just
that's-
I wonder what kind
assess
of liability.
do
it puts on
that,
the parent.
and.
You can get a haircut, I can assess.
You know,
Well, and I think it's gonna have to be a combination of parent comfort with their kids, because we will have, I would say,
Yeah.
a third of our parents who will be fine with distance learning, and they're gonna say, my kid has thrived under
Yeah.
distance learning,
Oh, yeah.
or
Yeah.
my kid was getting bullied every day, this is so
This
much
is so great,
easier,
yeah,
you know, that type of thing. So I do think, with assessments for SPED, it'll be a comfort level of the parent, if the parents, one, comfortable with their kid coming onto a campus.
Yeah.
But all evaluators will need a face shield, because those kids have to
See your
see
face
your
and be able to
face,
look at you.
and
Yeah.
especially in a speech assessment, right?
Yeah. And the kid will need a face shield in the speech assessment, so it's not.
And I think what we do is we work with
We
each
have
parent, each student who needs an evaluation,
Yeah.
whether it's initial or reassessment. The case carrier works with that parent to figure out the comfort level
Yeah,
for the parent and the family, because we're gonna have to do them by Google Meet then as well, possibly, but what we have to be cautious of is that, and I've heard that the protocols they're shifting some of the protocols
Are they?
on Woodcock, Johnson,
Okay.
and Wyatt as well, because we assess kids based on their need in a classroom setting, not
Educational
at
setting.
home.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, we don't do that, so there's there's some talks about how your test results have to be valid, right? They
Yeah.
can't, how is it gonna be valid if you're not doing a classroom observations, if you're
Yeah.
not engaging with students, but we're just gonna have to roll the dice, and again, I can go down all kinds of tracks too and get off, and I can't think about that, I just need to think, okay, we're gonna do the assessments of how we can do them.
Yeah.
And if they're invalid, then we'll deal with that later, but, you know, we can't, we've got a slew of kids who we're gonna have to.
North County Preschool is doing, has been doing virtual assessments.
Yeah, I think we're gonna
And actually.
probably start those.
Yeah.
Otherwise we'll have
I think people's, just the time of people's days are gonna look so different. Right, we might normally be in person, 7 to 8 hours a day.
Okay.
The pockets of time we have, our professional days are gonna look different, so I'm hoping we don't get too bogged down and overloaded.
Yeah.
With the assessment piece,
Hannah's teacher in fourth grade, she.
thinking like, okay, if you are a distance learning teacher, you're not spending 7 hours a day logged into a Google Meet with your kids, right? So depending on if you have one cohort you're managing and you split that cohort yourself into two groups, let's say your SDC mild to mod, you have 14 kids, let's just say you're up to the limit. And you split them into 7 and 7. And so, you know, if we end up with a two cohort model that we're talking about, 7 of those kids come for 2 days a week. The other 7 are engaged in distance learning. We're talking about maybe 1 day a week where it's just all distance learning for all students. So we can sanitize clean in between cohorts. But if you're a distance learning teacher, you might end up planning, okay, my afternoons, I'm gonna be assessing when it's needed, or I'm gonna structure that time within my classroom model and what I'm doing. Of course, the younger they are, it's gonna be harder to do. And we typically don't assess kids with their parents present either. So I think it's gonna be interesting to see
Suddenly shut down,
the results of how we go through August, because I do wanna pick up assessments right away.
Oh, yeah, and it's such a backlog and it's always a constant anyway, so.
So we'll have some meetings and we'll kind of figure out what's our best approach to restarting those procedures again. And, how do we help each other? Like, who's got the fewest number of assessments on the simmer pot? And who's got the most? And then how do we help each other and maybe kind of split
Even those out a little bit.
Yeah, you know, somebody says, hey, I can do some academic assessments on that one, don't worry about it, and just kind of get ourselves caught up. And the middle school, like, the middle school SDC teacher, or the middle school RSP teachers kind of split it between the sites, like, okay, let's, you know, the most will be at the preschool.
Yeah, there were some things.
It will be the other sites, the other sites will be mostly advisory assessment.
You did graduate.
Yeah, I was talking to the teacher from North County and
North County did a soft reopen under ESY. They had kids on campus for ESY. I'm like, oh, I'm not sure. Again,
it's scary.
Kara brings up, I brought up liability last week in a meeting, like what's gonna happen? I think we really need to watch the daycares that have reopened in the last 2 weeks and see what happens. Because the results will be applicable to us, you know.
Oh, yeah. Well, just looking at the states that are increasing, those increases started 2 weeks after Memorial Day.
That's right. It's already happening. We have all kinds of behind the scenes wagers right now. Victor and I have a wager, what we think is gonna happen, and I've got a wager with somebody else. So either way, we know this has to be done. Like Melissa and I were talking last week, like we need to find a way to have, we got everything, community engaged, our school community engaged, get the broad plan done. Right up for broad plan, and then probably in the next couple weeks, we're gonna have to settle on one of these 3, and then have.
I had to
Then
speak
get into the weeds.
Frozen instead of doing my classwork. I was like, well, interesting and all that, and
There's,
If that's gonna happen.
teachers group on Facebook, and
Yeah.
one of the teachers posted on there and said, our teachers planning for what they're gonna do when, I'm sorry, our district's planning for what they're going to do when teachers are dying.
I don't,
I haven't heard anything from the department.
yeah, we, you know, I don't,
but for Notre Dame.
I think depending on, I have to be
the
careful not to minimize people's view
when they have a picture and they have
And I think
that's
some of
already
it,
social.
Melissa and Becky and I
And
were
the
sharing,
other thing
because we've been here,
and
every single day.
Yeah.
So they have pallets, you get pigskin doors.
And now it's
Full
even smaller,
segment.
right?
That there's a whole group of us that have been staying home, and
Right.
first couple of times I went to the grocery store, I was just like on automatic pilot,
She's a little more
and I got
social,
home and
or
I
the
just
one
had
that's
to
at
sit
Meridian
and
House.
just,
And she's like,
we're all gonna die, you know, that's actually what it was. It was like, everything's fine, and then you go to the grocery store and like, no, we're all gonna die.
Hanging out.
Because it's terrifying.
I think it's just this is all well planned, but I feel like we're gonna have to, I don't know, everything. Because everyone, it doesn't matter what we do. There's playdates happening. There's like, my kids are like, can we go for some? No, we're not going anywhere. Do you understand?
and if they don't.
But so-and-so's playing with someone, they're not supposed to be, honey. I don't know, yes, you're gonna use the money that follows the rules. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's
Sorry,
like,
come on, you know what to tell them. You say, if they jump off the bridge, would you jump
I'm
off
like,
the bridge?
really? I go, really? Do you think that's a smart choice right now? You tell me, what do you want? Because you have grandparents who are older. Do you wanna go play with your friends? Because they, you know.
Tell them
go help kids with the
They pay for their own insurance. They can do whatever they want.
We're trying to jump off the girls, like, okay, we go to visit each other family and we say, you know, just go for a walk. They need to be out of the house. They can't be like hiding.
This mask thing is interesting, if you have to eat something like I just ate two, now like I had four Triscuits that are lime, cilantro, and avocado, and now I'm like,
Now you're
now
trying to-
recirculation of air, right? It's like,
Altoids, I buy stock in Altoids because they're gonna
Yes.
go. I'm curious. Man, don't get the cinnamon. Those are just like candy for me. I just like.
really?
Oh, I just love eating the cinnamon. And then they get a little spicy.
Challenging ourselves.
You guys go anywhere? Or you just camp
I
in the
didn't have
backyard?
it out. I didn't have it out.
You just had pictures.
A friend of mine posted on Facebook asking if anybody had a motorhome that they rented out.
Oh, you're like, rent?
And I said, I have a camper. And she's like, do you rent it out?
I could.
Certainly.
I guess I could go to the aerosol thing.
So I posted
Oh,
pictures.
okay.
So you
Oh,
can see if I could take it.
I thought, I was like, oh, this is happy.
She was very good.
Trip.
Oh, I would love to.
How's Tom?
Yeah.
He's doing good. Is he retired? What a great time to retire.
That's what I said.
Well, actually, no,
But-
because distance learning is so fantastic. Like,
He
it's,
doesn't.
oh, I love it.
It would kill him.
Would it?
Yeah. He, I have something. I have different. I don't know.
Let's go out for those. Let's go like way up.
Well, that's what I have.
They're
the-
intense.
I have the.
The minis, but yeah, but still.
Okay. Just a sidebar conversation outside the door. What I noticed is many of us walked far away from each other so that we could take this off for a few minutes. I don't know about everybody else, but like my body's in California, but this right here is in South Louisiana. It's very humid in here. It's very hot. And you know, just talking like, that's one of those things that like as an adult, we all just needed to walk away from everybody and get a few minutes of air circulation in there for our own sanity, right? When we have kids back on campus, is there some way we need to facilitate that a couple times a day? Is it taking them out and saying, this is your square of grass and that's your square of grass and that's yours and you can, only if you stay on square of grass? I don't, you know, I mean, is that something like for emotional well-being that we need to consider? I mean, it's hard all day, and I know they get to take it off when they eat, but, you know, like if we have a stretch of instruction before lunch and, you know, that is there we need to walk outside and just As long as you're 12 feet away from the nearest person, you can have a breather and come back in after 5 minutes or something, because I needed that just now. It's one of those things you don't think about until you realize everybody just went out and did the same thing, because we all just needed a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many unknown facets of this that, we'll never plan ahead for every contingency, right? So I think that's one thing that's gonna be super important, is going through this, regardless of what level we're at, that we maintain a group that just sort of represents the whole, that it's like a cycle of continuous improvement, right? Like you have your goals, you have your objectives, you have your benchmarks for whatever it is you're trying to accomplish, knowing that it's a living document and other things will come up. Right. And that you may need to come in and realign your actions to whatever the goal was, because it's, we determined, yes, everybody needs a 5-minute recess from the mask, and the way to safely accomplish that would be this, right? So, that we have that to me is gonna be important in this plan, the instructional plan, knowing that part of our plan is to have the flexibility to come back in and revise something if we find it's not working, or we need some other layer or something like that. So I was just thinking about that as I was walking around, getting a little breather and wondering why in the world I put lipstick on this morning. In hindsight, not real clever. But that is part of any kind of planning that we as a district do, I think is gonna be really important, is knowing that as professionals, there are gonna be instances that we need to do revisions, and that's okay. Happens to our students all the time. Okay. All right, we still got a lot to do, and I don't know that we're gonna get through the whole template today, but there may be some sections that we can just sort of breeze through, because it's like food services, and Chuck's gonna tell us how that's gonna work. I'm not gonna tell you how to pack a meal. I will come and help you pack it. I've done that before, but I'm not gonna tell you how to do it. Student attendance and health policies. All right, this question came up, right? So what's our attendance policy for students? What is your system for updating families? Notice what I did here? See what I did there? That's my, I'm not sure, ellipses, right? I just left this one completely blank. And then that one, more of the same, regular attendance, everybody, same old policies, that kind of stuff. Kids are in. But did put this absence policy, probably absentee, should probably say absence policy. Because I'm not sure, and I'm not sure what the state is gonna require us to do.
Yeah.
Around attendance tracking, absences, truancy, all of those things. And so this is one that, for now, we can talk about it in best case scenario, but it's one of those that we have to lean on the state for whatever they're going to require. Is that seem fair enough, Nadine? She does a lot of our policy updates, our truancy, working with SINA. I know one of the things we did do during the closure and the virtual school is that those families was 5 times if we weren't able to.
We did a letter to families whose students engaged less than 5 times in their Google Classroom or with their, the system that we use that helps us, it's related, it's called A2A, Ananya knows that, and Donna, we have principals here, and they were handling our truancy notifications, like the first friendly letter, second friendly letter, and then third, it starts to get a little more serious in what we're gonna do. But because of under closure, they supplanted their services. They didn't want to just stop. So a couple things we did. One, we did to substitute out mailings. We did a mass mailing on for families in dealing with COVID-19, how to help your child during COVID, how to explain it to your children. And then we did a second mailing that we tracked, and Nicole helped me with this. And so and principals as well, any student who logged into their Google Classroom less than 5 times also received a letter. Friendly letter saying, we're sorry, that we didn't see you, we hope in the fall when it picks up that you reach out, just friendly. Because threatening people right now with truancy, we really aren't gonna be doing that. And it's gonna look different, so I think we'll just go through it and we'll.
SINA may actually be able to give us some insight because they are really dialed into what the state is kind of putting out regarding attendance. And so that might be one that we can come back to with a little more succinct information as it becomes ready. I think what is important for any of those is that we keep on top of whatever our attendance policy is and any flexibility that is allowable for COVID, right?
And checking in and to your Google Classroom or checking in with your teacher is far different than if you're actually engaging in it, right?
Yeah.
So we weren't looking at engagement so much as because,
Yeah.
and as we get closer to figuring out, we'll have to do some of those things like who is logging this student in and are they logging in for each other and then go doing
How
something
long are they
else?
staying logged in?
There were
Are
a
they
lot
just
of
logging in
issues
and they're
like
gone?
that as they come up, we'll have to figure out stronger policies or approaches, into helping families engage whatever we do with that.
It's also one of those things, we can, again, with SINA, the informational letters that we were able to send about COVID, we have access to do that kind of mass mailing, that sort of stuff. One of the other things that may help us with this, I don't know if you guys saw Nicole's email that she sent out about switching from GoGuardian over to LineWise at a great cost savings to the district with more capability. And really interesting program that puts more flexibility in the teacher's hands for, like, say, if you have a YouTube video and you don't have to wait for somebody to see your help desk ticket, unblock it. You have the capability of just going in and unblocking it yourself, which I think is very important for professional educators to be able to do that. Make informed decisions about what you're doing for instruction. I like it. It's a thing. And so that kind of stuff still allows for that level of supervising what students are looking at. They did give us an interest. You want to talk about the test run that they gave you where they ran simultaneously?
Oh, yeah.
Delightful.
Well, some of you may have seen that YouTube was blocked because we've been in a read-only mode and we're just kind of watching to see what happened. And the kids have been on a piracy site. Wasn't blocked by GoGuardian, but this one caught it. And so I enabled everything to start tracking that. And over the weekend, I've received, since I turned it on Friday afternoon, I've had about 50 red alert emails and only about 5 GoGuardian, if that. So I'm looking forward to having that for our districts. But also they're creating this website of digital resources for parents, teaching them students how to be safe on the internet and things like that. So a lot of resources we can provide for our students.
And that was all Nicole, finding that and exploring what was going to be our best option. I just appreciated that it was also a cost savings. On top of that, School Loop is our normal website platform for our district website and our school site websites. And the renewal quote came in for that, and I got a little bit of agita. So Nicole again went and explored options, looked at what some neighboring districts are doing, and so we're gonna switch our website, and it will just automatically switch because, not automatically, Nicole has been manually building the site maps to create the new one with all the content, although the color scheme is a lot fresher. I like it. But in addition to that, there's a partner app called Engage that allows for, if some of you are familiar with Parent Square, the ease of parent contact, that connects directly to Aries. And the website will connect directly to Aries and Google Classroom. It's gonna be magic.
I will be setting up some training so teachers can learn how to build their own websites. Parents will be able to subscribe to your webpage. And then as you're updating your webpage or your Google Classroom, they're gonna be getting notifications of those updates.
So we'll front load a lot of PD options for that because that may be very helpful in terms of any kind of online teaching in any capacity, right? And so that'll be a big part of our PD menu for fall, things that we might have like a live seminar with the company to teachers can access and go through and work on building their page that connects to their school site. And I say it's gonna be magical, but only because Nicole's actually been creating these little sitemap trees and all this stuff and making sure everything moves over when it happens. So are we okay just sort of letting this one rest for a little bit?
For the attendance.
Yeah.
I had a question is this the section, if this child gets sick at school, our policy is like, what, 24 hours now? Was there talk about maybe turning that 24 hours into 48?
This is gonna be where Nurse Simmelman's really gonna guide us on what do we do for different, symptoms, right? So like you said, right, like a child being fever-free for 24 hours, what's the new
3
protocol
days
here?
plus, 10 days, 3 days symptoms up from the start of the symptoms. And you have your symptoms plus fever for 3 days.
So you can certainly see there may be a need for virtual learning. Even if a student normally is doing whatever our middle of the road is, but they get sick, but want to continue, that they might be able to do that, something like that.
I think it's also good that way, if students are sick,
You know,
encourages
stop.
them that, that attendance.
Aw, man, we were just so brilliant. just now.
The
show is still going, though.
I was watching it for the numbers to see what it was.
It should still be working. It hasn't stopped.
Can we check with somebody and see if do we have anybody that we know who's watching it? Or-
Someone just texted and said the screen was showing up
Or
as
somebody
well.
on a computer check. Then we can be in stereo.
Liz just listened.
Okay.
She just said.
There's a question here too.
What's up?
If a student or a teacher gets sick at school, does the whole cohort classroom need to go into quarantine?
All right, that's not.
Put it on mute.
Got it, thanks, Jack.
Double feedback.
Becky says she's watching.
Cohort gets sick, what do we do, Nurse Simmelman?
Oh, we isolate the student.
I
Of course,
think
immediately.
internet connectivity.
I don't think you send them all home right away, they've already been exposed. So, for the next day, we'd have to maybe encourage, that's something that we're gonna have to talk through the different scenarios, because I've seen them, those are the things that you see these plans, and they're not, they don't talk about.
They didn't think it out, right? Like
Right.
that possible contingency. So I've got you're my cohort, and Catherine gets sick. And we're pretty, she's got COVID symptoms, we send her to the isolation room. There's a certain amount of, okay, so what do we do for the remaining kids?
I'd say you tell them not to come for 2 days at least, to find out what's happening with that.
Okay?
So the next day, but I don't know if you want it immediately.
Somebody asked me what happens if you're in a close office setting, like district office, an employee tests positive, does the whole office shut down for 14 days and everybody works from home or because you've been exposed, so that doesn't mean, typically my response would be like, oh, I'll just go over and work out of La Jolla for the next 2 weeks, right? But then you've been exposed, and how do you mitigate the exposure? So I think, we know one thing for sure. Once we get this done, we really have to tighten up our distance learning model and get busy, because that's not gonna go away. That is not gonna go away.
There will
So
be some layer.
if you have to send a cohort, where you've had exposure, and those 10 kids, we have to look and say, now you can't come on campus for the next 3 days.
Right.
They're gonna have to immediately be able to convert right into a distance learning platform.
And then what about the teacher in the room? Same,
Yeah, exactly.
right? Until we know moving forward.
So I'm saying on my response that Nurse Zimmerman is addressing, we definitely isolate the student and we are reviewing all the various scenarios to be continued.
For sure, right? Because you could go down a rabbit hole with this one. You could say, what if the kid exhibits symptoms before lunch? And then I've got somebody bringing their lunch and now I'm bringing one more person into my room that now has to stay home for 3 days.
And if we have cohorts at the middle school level and they're rotating classes in a cohort, all of those teachers are then exposed.
And what if the child's parent?
I've been saying from the beginning, shut down till winter break.
I hear you.
Honestly, I just gotta say, I tried to live stream when we go to the cars, right? But we'll see. I mean, I understand and I agree 100% with Dunn Keenan, 100%. There's so many of our kids, the safest place for them to be is on the campus with us right now. So we do have to, for the good of the cause, do everything we can to try to make that happen in some way, shape, or form. But there's a very strong possibility we could be a week from our tentative reopen plan and it doesn't go that way.
You never know, right? This changes
We
weekly.
found that out in the last 12
Nadine
weeks.
just got told she's gotta wear a mask when she's hiking. That's about killing her, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, right here, talking about the, the isolation, how long do they stay out and those things and the potential to really get lost in the very important details of that. They are very important, right? Because how do we do that? To minimize, is that, would Catherine be able to go get a test and we would know in 3 days if we're allowed back on, or is testing not gonna be available? There's so many external factors to that. Like if I knew that, okay, the nurse has said you exhibit these symptoms, so you go get a test and that's gonna happen for you and we'll get the results in 2 to 3 days, then that, sort of simplifies it for us. Right. But as of right now, I don't know on that. I don't run the county health department. But if I did, so there's so much there. I know you guys are gonna love the answer on this next one. Who's gonna monitor and share information? I don't know. As you put myself.
Throw it out.
I'm gonna put it out there. I will add some more bullets if anyone else wants to identify themselves as a fellow sharer of information. But right now, I thought, oh, well, I'll just put myself. And so I did that for all 3 of them. I know Nadine loves that. She's like, nice.
Well, the announcements do come from Nicole, so.
And it's been a really seriously a tag team effort in communication from all the way up, from Melissa to directors to site principals, and really trying to keep the communication as consistent as possible. It's going to be really, really important that we give the same message across the district, right? Whether you've got preschoolers or the message shouldn't be different from a middle school student at BK than it is from an elementary student at Santa Rita to parents.
I can tell you this. Nadine gets a certain set of information, particular to special education and attendance, student services kind of things. Nurse Simmelman gets a level of information about what other districts are doing health-wise, the county health department, the state health department. Nicole gets a level of information about distance learning and those things. I get some from CDE, MCOE, Nadine gets another set from those 2 organizations. Becky gets a whole slew of information about human resources, personnel, that kind of stuff. And so it really has been, and if you go to room 41, you'll know it's starting to look and smell like a dorm room. That's what the 4 of us have been doing all day. There's a lot of snacks in there, and and I had a cat in there last week, so I rescued it. And he's away. He's in my house. To the better, so he's fine. And so it really is like Nadine was saying, it's like a team effort of combining all of our shared knowledge and making sure, Elliot gets updates from CDE and licensing about preschool reopening. And so it's just making sure we have a centralized place. And I don't know, I just designated myself. I hadn't had a second cup of coffee when I wrote myself on there.
Melissa just we, like you said, we check base, I mean, every day.
Daily.
We said that, and it's part of, and also not having fear. What I was sharing with Kathy, I've got to remember and be very conscious of other people's fear factor with this, because some of us, depending the position you serve in, you haven't missed a day since this started. Literally, you haven't missed a day, and you've been in it, and then there are other people who haven't left their homes, and so just like other professions, like in sped, sometimes we get sort of callous to things because we're just used to it, whether it's a student behavior or toileting, we're just like, yeah, it's part of our world, right? Where somebody else in another department, the math department, may be like, yeah. So you build up sort of a chilled effect to all of it because you're just out there every day and you're working and you forget. So it's going to be really important, you know, when we communicate all of these things, keeping that in mind. We have employee base and family bases who are still very fearful. And I have to be cautious as a leader to not minimize that fear. Just because I'm not scared doesn't mean that somebody else isn't scared. And how do we acknowledge that and try to create the safest environment possible? But we are communicating every single day, the way it, however it looks to the public, I don't know, but there's been a lot of cross collaboration and discussing next steps and who knows what about this plan, that school district's plan, watching other districts, but taking information from other districts, but making the best plan for us. I would like to be on the forefront, like, let's make a decision for Santa Rita. Let's not make a decision based off of what North County's doing because they're right next to us. And, you know, let's look at our schools, our community, our leadership.
And we can't necessarily make the decision that would be easiest, and just,
The easy thing will be the easiest, yeah, right.
here's what it is and we're done.
Right.
Turns out that's probably not gonna work for us or our students,
I
right?
have a quick question, going back to the last one about attendance for teachers. Did the MOU,
Yeah.
did that say that if like we have to go out for testing and does that count as our sick days, or were there additional days?
You know, darn if I know off the top of my head.
There's a lot of questions about that, like, so if you're supposed to, teachers are gonna kind of get
So-
sick days.
Yeah.
So that MOU took us through the close of the school year, right? So then what we'll work on is an MOU for reopening also, right? And so that, once we know, like, I don't know, what are the guidelines on attendance for staff and students and all of those things, and we can build an appropriate MOU that helps us reopen, right?
Probably will be several, to be honest with you. Most districts will be doing that fairly regularly.
Yeah.
So I think it's gonna change that.
Just wanted to clarify.
So, I mean, and it's super important, right? Because if a staff member, you know, because I do know that there are certain provisions that we have that, and I want to say it was the CSEA MOU, that the unit would receive notification if anyone in the district tested positive. You don't know who the person is or any of that personal information, but it's important to know that someone tested positive, and so that you can gauge whether you might have been exposed to that person, right? And so that was articulated through the MOU. And I know people are like, how many MOUs are we gonna have? You know, I don't know how many we're gonna have, but they're very important in terms of laying out, okay, so here's how that actually looks in practice, right? And so things like that, like the whole CSEA unit would be notified if anyone tests positive and what the site location is. And then they could be like, well, I was at that site yesterday. But if they knew the person hasn't been at the site for 2 weeks and they were only there yesterday, but not 2 weeks ago, so they can go, oh, okay, so I didn't have direct exposure to that person. So that kind of things get laid out in an MOU. It just kind of sets our, how does this work in practice?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, let's go on, because I put myself down there. I don't know, what page are we even on? 19. Oh my God, okay, we can do this.
We're almost done.
All right, all right. Written procedures. Oh my God, I was just talking about that. All right, for communicating confirmed cases, training staff about how to report, how do you collect information about student staff illness. So much of this is gonna have to be FERPA compliant, right? And making sure that we maintain student and staff privacy of information. while we share what we can about confirmed cases in order to determine any trends or possible infection vectors in a location, right? So this is another one that quite a bit is really gonna be laid out by like our county health guidelines and what we have to follow in terms of notification, right? And then that's one of those things that can get articulated out for staff in an MOU and then communicated out to parents regarding student and or staff, confirmed cases, right?
Probably gonna use a document similar, Karen brought this up a little bit ago, about when we do have breakouts of disease, like, let's just take a flu in general, right? And we would send a notice sometimes when we have it, outbreak on a site, so families are aware. So we're probably gonna use that same type of notice, have notification procedures, but just very specific to COVID-19 with probably more specific directives of what to do with your own children.
You know, I think what's gonna be super important here for our families is that we communicate out early how they will receive this information in the event that it happens. And then what process gets kicked in. Regarding that, right?
If then scenario. kind of-
So before our
If,
families
then,
come back
then.
in, we say, okay, if you are opting to be on campus in any capacity, here's how you will be notified of any confirmed cases on campus. And here will be the procedures if it's determined that it is within your child's cohort.
So there's no surprises, so their kid can't come to school for 3 days and now they have
Right.
time off work. Right.
Right.
Or even
Some people will still be surprised.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Oh, they will.
Yeah.
They will, well, I didn't
Oh, we
read
did,
that.
I'll fall into my, we did, I'll be so fun.
You know, like, even it's a note, because the notes just go in the backpack.
Or they'll be like, I didn't read that part.
Or through the
I
engaged
think there'll be a lot
Yeah.
of utilizing of, all of our school community, myself even included, just, they're gonna have to, we're gonna have to do, I agree with Karen, it can't just be paper in a backpack anymore, it's gonna get lots, it's gotta be a direct call to the parent.
It really will have to be a direct call because some of our parents, they're not gonna read that or they can't read it, or it's not gonna be in the language, or they're, have a language that doesn't really, have
This is
a
really
literacy
sensitive
base.
information, you wanna make sure everyone knows.
So this is where those communication tools like the Engage app, where you can send a voice message, you can have a Mistako speaker translate it for you and send the same message to a particular set of families in your class that you designate and put them in this communication group. It's pretty nice.
That Engage app, it is an app they can download on their phone and they can
It's pretty
send all communications through that besides what we're doing. And our website kind of connects all of our communication tools out.
So that's gonna
I'm just
be-
doing it in one spot.
We're gonna have to beef up the way we do communication. Like, we are gonna have to identify someone who can do our Mistako translations anytime we're sending out a voicemail. Or, making a robocall or anything like that. Spanish speakers for staff members who need to send out an engaged message, but they don't speak Spanish, and we wanna make sure the message, the wording is appropriate as opposed to just a computer generated translation that the cadence is off and the emphasis is on the wrong syllable. And communication is gonna be super here, and then a lot of the provisions for how we do this, it's gonna be all about compliance and following guidelines and regulations. The sooner we get them, the better, but fair enough, yeah. Okay, let's go on. Let's see if we.
I have a FERPA question from.
Yeah.
I think it's a FERPA answer.
Okay.
Somebody asked, will it be mandatory that a child or teacher who exhibits symptoms at school testing would have to be done before they return?
See, this is one of those, I don't know, Nursing,
Would that be
do you
a
have any
FERPA?
indication like from the county health office, like about testing and?
Probably need medical confirmation with a letter.
Doctors note to come back.
No.
Something
Something
like
like that.
TB, right? Or
Mhm.
like, it would be something similar to that.
Or written, it can't just be a verbal thing. It has to be written.
Yeah, it would need writing or, confirm that, no, it's not this, it's, maybe they went and said, well, let me test you for strep, and turns out you got that, and I'm not gonna send you for COVID or something like that. Which
There'll be
yes,
all
strep
kinds
goes
of
down too.
shenanigans.
Yeah, so,
There will be doctors who will pump out a letter for consultation fee
I've
of all
never
kinds
seen
of
one of
like
those.
you're gonna be, or I think we're all gonna be. It's on my plan.
Never seen such a thing. We're gonna do this on Wednesday, y'all.
Skip this one.
Skip that one. Okay, just to go over for our remote viewing audience, this is about the instructional model and or models. And so what kind of models are we gonna use in detail? Will students return to classrooms? What kind of scenarios? We do have a distance learning policy in place. Will we use a hybrid, synchronous, asynchronous? You guys know what that means. So synchronous, you're live with me. Asynchronous, you access it on your own time and it's not live. What kind of platform are we gonna use? Are we using some sort of special model? The devices, and again, we're blessed that we have enough devices to every student if they need it, right? Parent guardian communication, consent for synchronous learning. This is gonna be one of those privacy things, right? But it'll be really important. So, because that way, if we do like a consent form, parents understand, you are agreeing that your child will be logged in for class from this time to this time, however we do it, and that they will be participating. That was probably one of the things from the teacher survey that people indicated is how frustrating it was that you didn't know if kids were actively interacting or if they were just logging in, logging out, and things like that. And so whatever we work out on Wednesday, these are all factors that we can address, right? You said this is shared as a PDF for people.
I sent a PDF to everybody of your original.
How will we address learning loss, measure it? How will we make sure to provide for student groups? So ELs, foster youth, homeless students, special ed, Title I students, those things. Are we gonna work with outside entities? We already did a lot of partnering with Migrant Ed as well as the homeless coordinator at MCOE, Don Smith. And we, Monterey County Behavioral Health, and then we have some amazing counselors in our district who just have continued to work through this whole thing. So these are all things as well that I think will tie into that instructional piece, because it'll be, okay, are there any additional supports we want to put in place for these identified students, right? And this might be one as well that we address specifically, like with our counselors and psychologists, to get their bullet points for these as well, in terms of what they're envisioning for any of the tiers. Network infrastructure, Nicole Jensen. So Chromebooks, access to internet, mobile hotspots, if available. And scroll up. I don't know. I'm thinking about those people who live on Old State Road, right? There's no there. The local senator's office called me early on and said, is there anything we can do to help? And I went, yes, could you run the internet under Old State Road? That's not in my job description, but I'm willing to get a shovel if that was and run some fiber. But, so I don't know. I put that down. I'm like, even if we do virtual, is there a way to make a space that students could come on campus to at least interface and download and upload assignments or something, or?
Yeah. Well, in Monterey County, you have the buses, and they park at some grocery stores.
Yes.
And so you can park next to it and get internet. It's not a perfect solution, but it is.
Now, we did test it. You can do that at our school sites.
Yeah, you can
park in our school site.
Yeah.
But did you drive around?
Yeah, I drove around with a Chromebook in my car. I went to every site to make sure I could get on.
But parents need to be told.
Yes.
Communication is increased. So,
Definitely.
Yeah.
And
our school counselors did that while we were under shelter in place, just working with, because families would reach out wanting like vouchers or thinking we were going to provide internet, which we really, I mean, if we could, we would do that. We really are in a situation where we can figure out how to do that, but a lot of the counselors, communicated with families who they were working with directly.
Jennifer Nunez,
As a
anybody
problem,
who indicated on our survey,
Any
she's the
school.
front office she's my administrative assistant and front office receptionist. Any parent who indicated they needed help with getting the low cost internet or no cost internet, she called them individually and walked many of them through the entire process. And so that was during that, as soon as we started rolling out Chromebooks, we did that. But what we found is there are some pockets where there's nothing I can give you to make that work.
Well, you can drive to Starbucks, or you can drive to any one of our
Any one of our school
sites.
sites,
There's a parking
that
lot
kind of
and your
thing,
school
and
device
what
will
we
connect
can
right
look
to
to up bandwidth to make sure that it's adequate. What's going on?
Oh, you can talk to like a local ISP, internet service provider.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's like, and see if they would be willing, like, talking to them about the problem, that just might be one thing.
Yeah.
I don't know, this idea.
So for the other two boxes, theoretically, we could use students and teachers engaged in virtual and like a mix of classes. Students will be provided with Chromebooks for all of them.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, a lot of that would go, be applicable, right? And so it would be like, teachers and students engage in some sort of on-campus, off-campus, hybrid model, but the rest is the same. The one on the far right is students and teachers engage in in-person instruction. Students will be providing Chromebooks in the bottom of this, internet access and those things, right? Same.
And now, has there been discussion on, teachers wanting or needing to stay at home for maybe a health reason, that they could put that at home?
So that's one of those things, like, I'm working with Becky, who's working with her people, to call their people, to find out what are we allowed to do.
We're getting pretty frequent updates from workers' comp, from legal, and just staying in touch with all of the other HR departments in our county on updates. I have another meeting Thursday, and with the Tri-County HR group, and Lozano Smith will be presenting and answering questions on bringing people back to work. What are the guidelines? What are the guidelines for people who can't come into work? What are our processes that we follow? So,
because there may well be people who can work, but not necessarily in their normal work environment.
Right.
And so how does that look, right?
So
There'll be a section there, you'll see, we'll get to that, that I'll be like, and Becky will fill in quite a bit of this.
Right
Yes,
now-
Donna, did you have a comment?
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
right now, the assumption is that it would be more of a case-by-case kind of basis, just like anybody who's going through any kind of illness where they can't come into work, where we would address it through an interactive engagement process. Sorry, go ahead.
we're kind of in that spinning world of, there's a question, is there an expected date of when we will know, like, do we have a drop dead date? That we are gonna go distance, we're gonna go hybrid?
Well, I'm meeting with teachers on Wednesday, the individuals from each site and their principal or the principal's designee. And I think the sooner we can determine the models we want to put in place, we can then put that out there and then start building what instruction looks like within each of those models, right? So once we have that information, we can certainly put it out that way and be like, okay, so as a district, we've determined we're gonna do these 3 models, or these, we'll have A, B, C, and D, or however that looks, right? And communicate that out. And then the next step is building, okay, so what does effective instruction look like in the A or the B or the C, however we did that. So the answer is, as soon as possible, we'll articulate that out to everyone. But it is a group process, right? I mean, it's important to know that whatever we put out there, it's ultimately the district's responsibility, right? But I certainly don't want to put something out there that's not achievable for us as professionals. That's why it's important to me that I get all of the different stakeholder input. So like, for instance, for the instructional meeting, I've got a parent for each of the cohorts coming in as well, because if I have a parent who goes, yeah, that it's not gonna work, it would look like this in a home. That's important for us as educators to go, well, no, I didn't think of it that way, right? And so that whatever we put in, you know, if somebody wants to write a news article about how effective or ineffective Santa Rita's instructional program models are, we know who they're gonna be asking, right? And so whatever we put in place, it's gotta fall under what's achievable, what's effective, and what's best for our students, and that we can articulate that. If a reporter comes and shoves a microphone in my face, or Nadine's or Becky's, we can say, we did this because it's what's best for our students.
That's not going to happen if I get a microphone.
Shut it down.
No, I'd probably bust out a Nancy Sinatra song. Yeah, but you're right, I'd probably be like, yeah, what?
And that would be the day I get fired, right? Where people are like,
So one idea for the digital divide, I don't know if it's possible.
Yeah.
We could provide maybe like computer lab time where the kids have time that they're not getting instruction, but they have access to internet that is safe, secure, and clean.
No,
So, and on their own devices.
So my friend in the UK, they do year-round school, so their school year, they started June 1st. And I kept peppering her with questions like, how'd you do it? Who came back? What did it look like? How many hand sanitizer? What'd you do? Right? Because it was the first person who'd gone back to school, and she was like, Jesus. So their elementary and middle school are kind of doing like a hybrid model. Lots of hand sanitizing. They've got the specified entrance, exit, bathrooms. Play area, your classes got this play area, don't play outside of your area kind of thing. They have like no man land barriers between the play areas, nobody goes in there. And the high school there, or their, you know, the UK version of high school, they're doing virtual, but with cohort groups able to come in for like assistance. Internet access, like study hall kind of thing, where if they need to come in to do some of the work, but they're still designated in groups of students. You can only come in and be in with that group. So even kids that are doing all online instruction, they still have some degree of access to campus for support, internet, tutoring kind of things.
Yeah.
Assessments.
So we have one thing on.
I know, that's really all I'm
Really
thinking about.
What are you thinking about?
Just assessments for
Assessments for
staff.
that.
And in our department, that's our biggest concern right now. We've kind of, for
figured
the most
everything.
part, figured everything else out.
But, okay, so assessments, moving to the iReady program, which I think is gonna be super valuable with any kind of distance learning now, and especially with kids who are gonna need to pick up that learning loss. They recommend that the students come in to take the diagnostic.
Yeah, that's parents that take it for them, so yeah, that'd be good.
So,
Siblings.
yeah, so even if a child, if we decide that one of our models is completely online, we still have to facilitate a way for those kids to come in and take that diagnostic. So, right, and so there's even that, it's not a, I don't foresee them being like, oh, I'm online only and I shall never step foot upon the campus, or, you know, there are certain things that we have to play out like that like for a SPED assessment, I may need you in front of me to do that, right? I mean, it's like the face shield speech therapy, you know, you've got to be able to see. So I've got some small people face shields as well, so that speech therapists can see what they're doing. And just trying to think out all those possible contingencies as we lay it out. Okay, so I wanna, Yeah, moving on. Okay. PD, let's all the PD, right? So we need the we need PD for classified, we need PD for certificated, we probably need some PD for administrators now, they've never administered a school like this. And how do we make sure that we still have collab time, PLC time, prep and planning time, for whatever model you're working. And like coaching, we do so much coaching for interns, new teachers, bits of programming, all that still has to go, but it has to be different, right? And you'll notice these are blank because a lot of that will come out of Wednesday, right? So we want to make sure, like I put in there, that it's about what kind of PD do we want to make sure to have in the menu? How can we make sure people have an avenue for, if they find something they need outside of the menu, getting that on there, getting them signed up and getting it available, and making sure that they're compensated if it's outside the workday. If we do a delayed start for students, and teachers, we allocate some of that time for PD, then that's in their work day, so you're paid for that already, so you're working, but still that idea that there are things outside the workday that you're like, oh my gosh, I found a webinar on this and I really want to watch it, and it's an hour long, and then, this, and making sure that there's an avenue for that. One of the things about doing PD this way is because when we had like the sit and get kind of thing where it was all hinged around who I could get in town on this day when literally nationwide everybody's starting PD. I had so many people who say it was at a lower level than I needed, or it was at a higher level than I needed, or it wasn't what I needed at all. Because everybody's at a different level with all these different things as educators, and basically what new thing you're trying to do. I mean, you might be trying to learn a new thing and do something that's outside of, the canned curriculum kind of thing, but it's something you want to try, that there's a way to get the PD that you need for that, right? And PD at different levels and things. And so we will continue to grow that plan, but so much of Wednesday will be, okay, so what do we identify as specific needs that, and giving people a way to connect to their site representatives and their principals about like, well, what I really need is this. As you've had time to think about it, as we kind of plan out what the models might look like, because if a teacher's like, oh gosh, we're doing hybrid, so now I need this kind of PD, as opposed to online, I needed this, or in person, this. So.
To segue on that, I have a external question from the external community.
Yes.
Where do all the paraprofessionals stand with the planned reopening?
So the nugget of the question is, will we still have our paraprofessionals? Yes. That's the first answer. What they are doing in their role may be somewhat different. So we did an MOU with CSEA, knowing that whatever models we roll out may take additional support. Things like who's going to watch your class while you go have lunch, and while the kids are eating, and can they play like a show or something, or music, and so the kids get a little social time during their lunchtime. And that might be one of our paraeducators who's taking on that role, right, on campuses, and making sure, because at elementary, intervention is not going to happen the way it happened last year or the year before. It's not. And so we do, though, have some very effective paraeducators that have been working with groups of students who there's probably going to be plenty for them to do.
I heard
Included in all that is the professional development for them too.
Definitely.
A district in town was using their paras. It was discovered early on that parents were really struggling with the Google Classroom, how to help their kids and navigate that. And so I know a principal who just did low-level data taking herself as she started getting phone calls for concerns from parents, and then did a complete redo with paraprofessionals of how to, give them a list of, here's 5 parents we'd like you to reach out to, and kind of walk them through a Google Classroom, or where they can find an assignment for a teacher. And of course, that requires, depending on the paraprofessional.
It may require PD for
Some
them.
PD,
yeah.
yeah, because we're gonna have some, really, the classified has been valuable, and there's, like, we're working in the summer, it's 2 different sets of parameters, but, we have hard working classified people that might be in yard duty, and maybe we're going to retrain them to provide some of those assistance with some of the, just helping parents understand Google Classroom, electronic work, and a contact for parents to get if they need that help. So I think there's lots of ways we can utilize, and yes, they're gonna be a very valuable piece.
And anytime we ask someone to step out of the normal role that they've been doing, there's PD that needs to happen for them to be effective, right?
We need a big blood bank of PD. I don't envision any in-person PD happening. Well, maybe it depends.
Maybe, but it would be in a setting like this, so very relatively small groups.
Yeah.
So, okay. Well, this is fun. On my LCAP written something thing that I did report, they asked what kind of childcare did the district provide, and I went, none, because we could not figure out a safe way to provide that during the closure. Because that was basically the question, was like, how did the district provide any childcare? Because that's what the state wanted, and I was like, when all of these things originally came out, I was like, wait, you closed school, but you would like for us to provide childcare. And if I open schools for childcare, everybody is coming. So so we just did not, and I articulated why we did not. So, but what we do have is agencies like YMCA who have found a way to provide some level of small group childcare. So I do not know their level of PPE or safety or things. I'm assuming they have to go through something like this where they, put that information out there though. So here we are with early learning and child care. Are there any current unmet needs for providing child care to families of essential workers? Yeah. Because with everything that was coming out of the state and without firm state preschool guidelines, we closed. And the cross collaboration, after school extended day, outside providers, we don't have a lot of those. We have an ACES program at Santa Rita Elementary. And there'll be some planning and guidelines that come from that program. It's a grant. So again, kind of like state preschool, we'll have to follow whatever they put out for after school. And outside providers, do we still have YMCA at New Republic or no?
We did last year.
I don't know. So we do have some kids who go to Boys and Girls Club, and that's away from us.
As well as them.
And yes, in the Kids Cafe. Fiscal models that reflect licensing requirements, yes, everything that we do. So you can see this is just some bullet points that indicate to you state preschool, right? And I can't calculate the lost sleep I've had. But we have the fiscal models that reflect licensing requirements that limit the number of children in a classroom. So licensing, state preschool is governed by 2 entities. CDE, Early Learning Division, and state licensing, which is part of social services. So when you add those regulatory guidance together, and I don't remember any of them because I keep them in a binder and I can just flip through them and find it. It's fun, light reading. And then, because there's already requirements about how many kids you can have, how much play space a kid must have, so how much square footage in a classroom, how much square footage on your playground, how many tiny toilets for tiny people. And so and then now with additional information coming out. We haven't filled this in yet. This will be something. Now, while I keep focusing on state preschool, there's an element of SDC preschool in here, right? Because they are housed at our state preschool facility. That we'll need to look at, how do we modify those classrooms, the physical distancing for SDC preschool students, appropriate cleaning supplies, PPE, do preschools open when schools open? Technically, we're a year-round program, so our new calendar would start July 1, but we haven't been given firm guidelines from the state yet about a July 1 start date for state preschool. For the students anyway. Hybrid model of preschool. We don't even know if that's allowable yet by state preschool standards, but it could, SDC, that's the model we put in place, right? So that's the difference. And then how do we, the increase of our full day childcare spaces to support essential workers. Because ours is a state preschool, they have an income requirement. So some essential workers are outside of the income requirement and we can't provide childcare for them because of our type of program.
Well, and then, so the Boys and Girls Club, when we do start back up, I think we kind of, I know one concern is like sometimes the bus is so late picking up, and so what are we gonna kind of?
I'm not about figuring out a delayed bus. I'd rather just put a moratorium on it if that's an issue, because there's too many things.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also this factor. I keep kids grouped in a cohort all day. I keep them safe. We're our bubble.
Right.
And then I'm gonna send them off to a program where they're gonna commingle with hundreds of other kids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why did I keep them in a bubble all day?
Right.
Right? So this is one of those things that as Santa Rita, we're gonna have to make some determinations about what's best for our school community, right? So that if we wanted to explore providing some kind of after school, to me, it's gotta be in-house and it's gotta be very similar to keeping that bubble all day. Otherwise, we're sending them out to a completely new infection group, right? Or possible infection group. And then we're coming in and doing this again the next day. And so it doesn't make good sense. That's one of those things. That's the other thing.
Not really.
Whatever we do needs to make good sense.
Right. And it doesn't make it a point to socially distance if you're mixing.
Yeah.
So it's gonna go on with everything when kids go home to play, or if the parents are in a strict or don't, maybe they think COVID-19's a hoax, so we go out and live our days and do. Again, it's mitigation and not elimination.
But at least that, it's somewhat limited
Yeah,
as
Boys and
opposed to
Girls
I'm
Club
putting them
sounds
on a
like-
loaded bus to go to a loaded facility downtown.
Yeah.
A whole new
Yeah.
country.
Ah.
Yeah, that's gotta be a
And
Boys
so-
and Girls Club. I'm like, yeah, no.
So this will be another one that, an SDC preschool will need to work out how that looks with our reopening of TK8, right? And then state preschool per what the guidelines are for that. And we can easily in our bullet points be like SDC preschool this, state preschool this, right? Okay, so it's one plan, but we can differentiate. For instance, SDC preschool is not year-round nor full day, so there are some differences.
So are we gonna keep to the same date for everybody, for state and SDC, or are we gonna?
No,
we don't know that yet.
state preschool is year-round, so
Yeah.
their school year starts July 1.
SDC follows the 185 or the 180 days for student
Yeah.
attendance.
Are we thinking now July 1, or are we thinking?
Oh, for state preschool,
I don't know yet.
We
We
still
haven't
it's still
gotten
up in the air. I
that,
didn't
we
know.
haven't gotten that information yet.
still floating around. There are some still floating around.
Yeah. I hear you. All right, family engagement. Close to reach the end.
We're,
Sorry.
we're on page 22.
We're almost there.
Should almost be done.
Family engagement. Virtual meetings, parent surveys, social media, district website. All those things, similar, but on-campus meetings, district website, social media, parent surveys, those kinds of things, right? Ooh, engage app. Nice. And now we'll go across all three.
Yes.
The more risk plan. This is where it comes down to, I believe it was Jody who asked about conferences. How would we envision parent-teacher conferences? How would, normally we do a back-to-school night. We wouldn't be doing that in our virtual or mid-range, right?
Probably could live stream some things like, back to school night, like readings.
We could easily, as a staff, I know Donna's staff loves making videos, but like introducing themselves, something like that, and doing a video that parents have access to, somebody walk around with a GoPro and do a campus tour or something. If we're doing this model, but if we're doing this one, that would break everyone's heart because they're not on campus, but maybe
A
interfacing
teacher
with
could
them.
do an introduction video
Mhm.
and introduce themselves and just give, access to the families. But you could also do that with either side,
Yeah.
I think Donna's already done or was working on some virtual tours for incoming like fifth grade families.
Yeah.
Like here's a virtual tour of the campus.
Yeah, I like that.
So, things like that, kind of like our meetings, we'll do as much of it as possible virtually. I know Nadine and her SPED team have spent the summer and close of school doing virtual IEPs. And for lots of families, it's actually been very effective.
It's amazing what you do when you have no time to think about it. Here we go. And we run a trial and error, how to protect your invites for Google Meet, how to not give parents complete access to the Google Calendar Meet, and providing them with the copy and paste link, and we
used our parents a lot to work with the families on how to get on to Google Meet and so it was, we did a good job.
So there are definitely some things there that we'll be able to glean a lot of helpful information from SPED operations on engaging parents and how that works. So, just knowing how IEPs have gone, you can kind of postulate how a parent-teacher conference might go, what kind of things you want to set up, how you want to keep it streamlined and on topic, because you got a brief amount of time and then you got to go. Because it'll be different than like when they're here and they know someone's waiting outside the door for their appointment.
Yeah.
So things like that we, as we look at doing that, if we do like virtual conferences when it becomes conference time, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Then socio-emotional well-being. It's gonna be super important. For a lot of our teachers and administrators are involved in this, counselors, school psychologists. How do we do that, right? How do we address, I know that Itzel here at GV, she had her list, her people that she was in regular contact with, as well as there was an avenue for maybe a student who wasn't on her radar to reach out and get some counseling services. And it was all done at a distance for most students. So what access do students have to one-on-one interaction with adults? So is there a need for that? Is there a need for them to be able to, if we do virtual or hybrid, do, teachers have an office hour that a kid can make an appointment to talk about an issue online, one-to-one, things like that, and we can puzzle that piece out about what's achievable. What systems we have in place for reaching out to students, identifying, assessing needs, checking in with some of those parents. We have a lot of parents who, they look to us to provide a high level of socio-emotional support for students. Our multi-tiered system of support for academic, behavioral, socio-emotional needs, I think we're going to need to lay that out. I can see sort of a breakaway group with the counselors, some of those teachers who are heavily involved in it, that we can kind of come together and sort of build this, because this is sort of running parallel to instruction. but it's really that piece that's sort of a foundation, right? And so it may need its own sort of breakaway group to determine some of those.
I think to,
Like, we can talk instruction wise, like implementing, could we do some socio-emotional learning? Or is this something like we could have the counselors make some videos that we share as teachers, like in our instruction, something like that?
and maybe adding like socio-emotional learning as PD options as well, so that teachers can be more informed about how to.
Techniques, right?
I love it, especially because we're losing the collaborative ability and students need that to cope. So
It's a huge piece. And in fact, some of the most, like, sort of heart-wrenching stuff on the parent surveys and the comments are parents being like, child's like depressed, because they don't have the social interaction. It's a big piece of their socio-emotional well-being and their learning skills for how to deal with stuff. It's through peer interaction and they're not able to get it. So I'd say adding something to the PD menu, somebody write this down, about techniques for teachers to sort of teach that, or what could we put in place in terms of connecting students in, or even a virtual setting with each other or a small group that becomes their like little social interactive group for that sort of support. It's great thinking, Ashley, because it's outside of what we would normally do, but it's very important. And not that difficult in terms of, okay, so yeah, how could we do that? How can we build some socio-emotional connections for students and just our teaching, whatever model we're doing?
The psychologist that is assigned to New Republic, Gloria Baez-Cruz, she developed some links on New Republic's site, and I know that the psychologists were working on crossing those over to the school site website as well. But if anybody here who's just interested in wanting to just kind of browse that, I do know that Gloria put together materials in there for social emotional learning. There are some pieces in our Keenan training videos too, and there's a huge underutilized library there that I added a couple of years ago, but I think it's about to be highly utilized as the Exceptional Child series. And I actually had it restructured so that, so if you're an employee, like Karen goes in and she logs into her Keenan account, now that's gonna pop up on the home page of Keenan and it's gonna show the most watched, but there's pieces in there actually of social emotional learning, behavior, internet safety.
That's good to know, because
They're there.
perusing, I did the 3 trainings, and I was perusing, and I was like, oh, well, I wasn't sure if that cost any money or anything, so I didn't click on it.
Anything you do in Keenan.
But I wanted to, like, take that training.
But that's PD that's accessible to certificated, classified,
Just log into Keenan and it's there.
But it's really about communicating it out, right? And like making sure people know if you do it here outside your work hours, you can put it in your, your optional PD hours, things like that. So just really communicating it out as a resource that we already have available.
Yeah, because honestly, I was like, oh, I didn't want to click and then be charged or
You won't be
something. I was
charged.
just like,
If you're gonna be charged, we wouldn't have the link on there, girl. You're good. No, but they're very interesting and a lot of people did use them, but not enough. And sometimes it's just, something like this happens and then that changes all of it.
Well, because if you never really look beyond the 3 that are required, you don't know.
They're good training. And they're 20 minutes and it hits the top 3 points and boom, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna try.
Get 3 done in an hour.
Okay, thank you very much.
If you're bored. Yeah. All right, what do we got? Mental health supports. Again, a lot of this is going to come down to Nurse Summelman, our connections with Monterey Behavioral Health, our counselors, our psychologists. I don't know why I just repeated this bullet everywhere, but honestly.
Probably because you were looking at the document for 4 solid hours.
At the time, it seemed like the thing to do.
So students engaged in their virtual counseling.
Yes, so we would adjust it to be like, services will be available through virtual contact with service providers, either in-house or externally. There, see, now I walked away, I can come back and be like, okay, rationally, that's what that should say. And then that's the thing, right? So what's our process for triaging and referring students more at risk for having experienced trauma as a result? Those pre-existing mental health conditions and those that were directly impacted by the pandemic. I'm very concerned about that. I'm very concerned enough that we need to have something in place for those students who come back who were suddenly isolated with people that maybe they shouldn't have ever been isolated with. They were put at high risk. So this is one where that counselor breakaway group, we need to do some work on, okay, so what's our avenues and our pathways for making sure that students understand how to access that, how to get the help that they need when they come back if something has happened during this time.
Yeah, like looking at TVs and they have a health, like a mental health or team, I guess, at each school. And then teaching teachers and other staff warning signs to look out for and having like to refer on Google form maybe, and then that health team looks at that several times a day and comes up with a plan for that student. And
you know, though, even if we do like a virtual model, if we're synchronously, like putting together a checklist of signs for a teacher to be aware of, even just interacting with students virtually, you might be aware that somebody is suddenly withdrawn or, you know, something that things that
we might have it already developed.
Yeah, we looked at the counselor referral form, and that was all happening, right, November, December, January, kind of, to roll
and then
that
how
out.
might that look in a virtual setting? What kind of, how could you see that there as opposed to when they're in your classroom with you?
And increasing the knowledge and availability of that tool to teachers.
Oh, gosh, yeah. I think that would be just absolutely invaluable in terms of finding out if we have students and getting them the right kind of help.
On edweb.net, there are free classes for social emotional.
So that's home.
I have that one out on the TV.
Okay, yeah, it's done. So
I've read a lot of those.
On
really
the, on the kind of the social emotion thing, there's a question.
That's okay.
You have a
I will
question?
take the suggestion.
We have a
Yes.
community question.
Community question.
Let's say, I'm just gonna read it. Let's say we work out a plan according to the parent's requests. What happens if a parent changes their mind from all virtual learning to a hybrid plan, that the classes are full, and or vice versa, like the social emotional fact? I'll just add that part in. This person has, do we make them commit to their choice? Or,
That's a good question.
it's an amazing person to ask.
Okay, so that's a good question.
It's
So
a very long question, but it's a very good question.
if we were to, just in case anybody's watching or just articulate. So the question is like, if we had a completely virtual, like the parent opted for that, but then wanted to change their mind and do in-class, and that model that we created, the classes are full.
I'd say waitlist it.
Like, right?
And then if the kid opts to go all online, then they can take that spot, but it would be hard to then, like, if my classroom's full.
Is it something we want to do, like, that we reanalyze for each quarter or trimester?
Probably a trimester.
And I have,
But if you have to commit to it for that window?
But how could you be full?
What
if
about
in
vice
theory
versa?
You have 36, or if you have 25 kids on your roster,
Yeah.
and you're gonna divide it into A, B, wouldn't you be reserving a spot for that kid in your classroom?
Ideally, but it's just the possibility that whatever the hybrid model looks like. I mean.
But because of all the changing times, we can't force a parent into one model. What if they're working and now they're
That's
not,
true.
they aren't?
and then they become an essential worker.
Right,
Like, I
and then they have to
didn't,
go back
I got
to
laid
it.
off,
But I found this other job and now
I'm just saying, you can't just force somebody to sign a contract for 6,
Yeah.
but things are so changing.
Well,
But I like the wait list idea.
in another respect, if we had kids coming to do it when we were at school. Oh, I don't like Miss Escamilla. I'm going to another class next week, right? I want Mrs. Chubbuck now, right? And 3 weeks in there, oh, you know what? I don't really like Mrs. Chubbuck. So I think it has to be flexible, but it's gonna have to have some parameters.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we will get the bouncing around.
That's absolutely
schedule
true,
changes for
because in a
electives.
good year, we have somebody who goes, well, I don't really like Miss Nakamura, that never happens. And so then the principal says, oh, God, let me see if there's room in Miss Chubbuck's class, and let me just, you know, or I'm gonna make you stay, or I'm gonna, you know, that happens. And then in this model, doing that, you're now exposing, we can't.
Yeah.
It has to be set, right? So there definitely are some parameters that have to be set. To me, it would be if the in-person hybrid, whatever model has space, you put them in and you cycle in. If for whatever reason, whatever model we were envisioning didn't have space, I think we gotta have a wait list procedure. Virtual, I could see that where if we had, like if our group A is all online all the time, and you thought of it like a teacher having a sped caseload, right? Like that's your caseload of kids, and you teach them online, and your caseload is full, and we don't have another space for them online, you know, fully online, or so, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? That, yeah, there's a procedure that has to be in place for that.
And it has to be clear because if I'm the parent and I had chosen my child to be on virtual, but things changed on my work, at home, and it's not feasible for my child to continue on virtual learning, I would rather have him or her in the classroom. Then that creates a big problem too for the parent. So the parameters have to be put in place for
We
sure.
certainly have to communicate the procedures, that if there is a
Yeah.
change in your requested program, here's how you request
And if you get off the wait list, it wouldn't be like, they're in my class online and I don't have any spots open, but like, they have spots open, so that kid just, their schedule changes and they go with that teacher. Like, you can't expect to stay with the same teacher and there's not.
That's
That's
true.
true.
Yeah.
That's the other thing we've talked about is if you're on a complete distance learning model, it doesn't really matter whether your teacher is at New Republic or La Jolla. You just go into the virtual classroom where there's space.
Yeah.
Because
Because
it's different
it's
when
like
we're in
yeah.
brick and mortar, right? And we're not gonna do that. We've talked about like, why couldn't the middle schooler walk over to New Republic for the study hall, right?
Yeah.
Some sort of,
Yeah.
if it's a distance learning model.
And also if they're going from distance learning, say back on, the request back on site, in that inquiry asking why, did she just lose her job at internet?
Yeah.
And that they need to be on campus?
Or have they realized their child's not
Or they're done.
engaging and they're like, okay. Or that
The
their child's
social-emotional
depressed and
component.
they need
Yeah.
interaction.
Yeah.
No, I think that's really fine too. So that's something, that's like another like parent communication piece that we've got to put out. And like, what is your process for moving to a different model than what you had originally chosen? I think that's great. I think that's all under here. What's our communication plan in detail, right? And that's pretty blank. Except that, I did that again.
That particular day, that was just easy to do.
Yeah,
You guys planned
so for that, and MCOE put their communication plans for us to go and peruse and do that. I know like in my staff surveys, I think I only had one person who requested communication twice a day. Most people it's weekly, and I was trying to do that for a while, but that kind of fell by the wayside, and that's me. I got a little overwhelmed. So I'm trying to cycle back into that so that everyone receives at least a weekly communication about, okay, here's where we're at right now. Here's the newest order out. Nadine's got to wear a mask when she's hiking. It irritates her. Commiserate with her if that irritates you. And things like that, right? Like just because it is a ever-changing situation. And, you know, as we go through the process and people have additional thoughts, like, I'm assuming when we turn this video off, some people are gonna think of something else and keep the communication going. Ideally, that's what's gonna happen.
There's a Google Doc that's listing all things.
Yes, so same thing for Wednesday, right? Like, we're gonna have some educators in the room, and we're gonna have some educators online, and we're gonna have a communication pathway. It just really became paramount to me, the importance of giving all of our teachers an avenue to interface with those reps for their site, as well as their principals. It's just because think about how many things have come out of just this room today, right? That didn't even register. And I expect the same thing will happen. To me, our communication plan, we kind of outlined it above, like the website, social media, Engage app, but building a process and communicating that out for choosing your instructional option if we do that, and how to change your instructional option if we have more than one. Communicating out about transportation, food services, entry and exit from school, procedures if you have symptoms, procedures for how you will receive notice if someone in the class exhibits symptoms, and things like that.
How
So-
often teachers communicate with families.
Right? And so I think for me, a lot of that's gonna come out of Wednesday, and it's gonna be based on our model, right? So like, if we have multiple models where we have a virtual, we'll need to see what does effective communication look like in that model, right? Just like we would say, okay, so what does effective instruction look like in that model? It would look different than like how it normally looks in a classroom. And the same thing for like a hybrid model. And then we know how to do the one like we normally do.
When we do have new students enrolling, and let's say they're coming from wherever, is there a process for that? Is there a quarantine time? Let's say if they're coming from Texas or Florida.
Or even another district.
Or another district,
Mexico.
it's a
really good
I
Yeah.
I just,
Is it any different than if they come out of Walmart and come and enroll in school?
Right. I mean, and that's the thing, right? So, because people can lie.
What?
No.
Oh, really?
Public education. I never deal with that in my department, ever.
And so yeah, putting that kind of parameter in place, while it makes good sense, it's not necessarily feasible.
well, like you're going anywhere and they say, you're
Have you
at
traveled
the
out
doctor's
the
office,
country?
have you been in contact with a COVID patient? Have you, I mean, will there be maybe some questions around those guidelines, like,
I could see putting that in place.
something like that, like.
As part of the registration.
So rethinking registration.
Yeah, like some additional
We talked about some inserts in different documents that we already have that are good documents, like just student handbooks or planners and things like that we use, and then maybe doing a COVID-19 insert on something. That might be something A2A will already have in place, or another agency, because it'll become a time constraint here, and we won't have time to create every document ourselves. We will be pirating other district materials or county materials, or even from another local agency.
Never done that.
No.
To try to get it together, right? Because it's.
And I know, I say that I went to the Apple store and it was a temperature check, everything, sanitizer, and answering these 3-4 questions before I even spoke to someone who worked there.
So you walk down to Sephora, you just stand in line and they let you in when somebody else walks out, and there's no questionnaire, there's no nothing.
Right.
It's literally in the same shopping plaza.
Right.
Yes. And so.
Did anyone else pack your suitcase?
Yeah. And so, I mean, it's one of those like unknowns, and how do you actually make that work in a real life setting?
Well, also too, Karen, it is a great point. We'll have to
Is there?
Work closely with, it might be legal as well too, because being in California, we're gonna get into your things about people's rights and privacy and everything, and what can we ask or not
We have
ask.
1 minute and
Or like
2 more
HIPAA,
sections.
like,
Yeah,
if
let's
someone
do
feels
this.
you can ask.
All right, general personnel. Okay, so this is one of those where.
You guys, you've only done this for 1 day. We've been looking at this tablet for weeks. You act like you're all tired of it.
Okay, even
You
when
can
we're
get
done.
out of bed and get dressed.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Staring at this thing for
So,
months around the deal.
y'all can see we're mentally tapped out. I'm like, I don't know, we're ready for home. I don't know. Okay. So, have we prepared employees to return? It's literally what we're working on this week. Okay, so that's, we don't have an answer yet, but we're gonna, right? Modifying schedules, work settings for staff, maybe negotiable. See how we we talked about that. It's, I don't know yet. Consider any staff changes to support operational changes. This is an example of like our CSEA MOU that we just did to allow some flexibility in people and their job duties. To keep the work going, that, instead of being an intervention para, you may be, like classroom support, you may be helping with Google Classroom. Job-alike groups to examine routines used to prepare for next year, develop alternatives for accomplishing things like student enrollment, distribution of books. So this fits into like that we've got the machines on order to sanitize Chromebooks, things like that. So that sort of operational procedure and who's handling it, how will we do the distribution? How will that look different? Once we hand a student a textbook, we probably don't want that one back for a while. And if we get it back, what's our procedure, right? How long are we letting that thing sit?
You gotta maximize the bus foggers is what I think.
Stick
them all in there, stuff the bus full of all kinds of stuff before you turn on the foggers. Right?
Are we holding staff meetings virtually? Are we holding as many virtually as possible? Are we, evaluation timeline shift. This is one of those things like with SRTA, we looked at where, as we are looking at the evaluation article and the templates that are from 1984. I'm not exaggerating. No, we don't. But while the CSTPs are the CSTPs, what does like an observation tool look like in a virtual setting versus a classroom setting, right? Because even in the principal role, I've never done an evaluation for someone who is an online teacher. However, there are districts that are fully online, so we may be able to, glean some information and create, here's what in class you would want to see or expect to see or might see. Same thing with online, right? So there's a piece in there that also has to get out. What kind of emotional health supports do we have in place for staff?
Yeah, remember that Becky gave out?
Well, nobody's got a smoking lounge anymore. That was one of the
Day drinking.
It's really hard to.
I know that Becky is working on this piece about our substitute pool.
Oh.
Yeah. Can we find some dedicated substitutes so they're not going and working on another district and coming to us the very next day and spreading infection? That's impossible.
Yeah. Oh.
And how do we give them the health and safety training protocols, things like that? If you guys have suggestions on that, I mean, is that something like a webinar, a connection, something that we can find that gives you access to coping tools?
Can I start personal day for mental health days?
Right, where you gonna go?
The counselors.
You know what? You can get a pedicure. You can get a pedicure now.
It also would be good to do.
I'm down for
The
that.
counselors could offer support to the staff.
Well, I know Donna and her school psychologist and counselor worked on it. They had a system for this particular site for those people to check in with colleagues as well.
Yeah.
But I think also as part of that would be, and some people wanted nothing, and so the school psychologist, if you don't want me to call you again, I won't, But one of the things I think that we could do for that piece, Melissa, is that, it'd be a good time for HR department to review your health benefits. A lot of people don't know, you have access to mental health and therapy through your insurance carrier. So yes, we can provide some supports here, but in the reality for our employee base that are carrying benefits, you do have some access.
And if you don't, you get there's the emergency.
Yeah, that's right. And so for the employees who are not carrying benefits, right, then how do we develop and create this?
Or just a monthly handle of vodka.
Yeah, okay. In my soul.
Just gets delivered. Margarita van comes around.
And so,
It just delivers our monthly.
the longer you spend with me, the less, okay. But emotional health, right? Just think about having access to your colleagues in just a non-instructional planning capacity for a little bit, where you can joke, you can check in, you can, how you're doing, right? And is there a way that we can encourage that, right? Like during our PLC time, that your group, because people may not need the, McSig-based healthcare, kind of thing. They may. It's a very personal decision. But just knowing that you can have your network, you can have your support group, and encouraging that.
Yeah.
Because you might not all be able to eat lunch with your normal crew, but maybe you and one of the others can have, the same lunch, and you can sit 10 feet apart and commiserate.
Google Chat.
Right.
From across the hall.
Google Meet. And so then the substitutes. All right, staff attendance, health policies. We talked about this. A lot of this is going to come out of that HR policy guidance. Self-screening, the exclusion policy, whatever our health department tells us as people go back to work, that is it like a 3-day exclusion? If somebody's exhibiting symptoms, do you have to have a doctor's note? Do you have to have that? So a lot of that's going to come out. But how on campus do we handle it? What's our procedure that if a staff member or a volunteer, or there's concerns, like if I have a teacher who comes in and goes, they're sweating bullets, I honestly think they have a fever and they're not self-reporting. What's our procedure for that? We're not gonna go tackle them in our paper gowns and gloves, but.
And I think it's really, important to maybe start a new culture, about self-reporting and feeling, because a lot of us, how many have we all been like, I'm just gonna come to work because there's so much easier than making those lesson plans. And, everyone needs me. That's right.
We all do it. We all come in. And the other thing is that there's been a lot of talk about how we talked about this earlier. People who send their kids to school sick because they want the perfect attendance. It is a huge culture shift in this nation.
I think that,
I'm just thinking,
that's my question about, like, if you get tested, or if you, like, your kid in your class has it, and you have to wait at home for a certain number of days, do those count as sick days? Because I would come in, if I thought I had a fever, if I thought I was gonna take up a sick day, and I had to go get tested.
Well, that's what's super important about making sure our policy and guidance it is set so that people know they can stay home. Now, what if?
I wouldn't actually come in, but
some people, right?
Yeah.
And we have to plan around the sum.
Yeah.
But if you're teaching, if you've got this group and you see the A kids on Monday, Tuesday, and the B kids are watching you live online on the A days, and then Tuesday it's vice versa. So you've got continuity of instruction. You're the teacher there. All the kids are either here with you or online, and week's worth of instruction, no repeat. On Monday morning, you feel sick, or Sunday, you've got a fever. And you're like, oh my God, I've got my B kids, or my A kids coming in Monday, Tuesday, what am I gonna do? But it's a mild fever. enough that you think, normally I would just go in, right? I don't want you doing that. So what if we had a procedure set in place where one or two of those instructional paras or a sub can come in, supervise A-Day kids, and you're able to continue instruction from home? I don't know, put it out there. An idea.
Yeah.
So that you're not necessarily sick enough to take a sick day in a normal setting. And in this setting, I need you to stay home.
It's Fridays.
So yeah, I think we can.
I think
How can we do that?
I think that feeling
They
of,
do it.
oh my goodness gracious, we need to change our thinking because that choice of, I need to go to work because, I feel bad that I'm sick. But the thing is, you are actually making it worse.
Yeah.
And you're infecting everybody else.
Yeah. Which we were doing even before COVID.
yeah.
Right, exactly.
We're all doing it.
But to be able to differentiate for a teacher, as in normally I would go to work feeling the way I do,
Yeah.
but it's COVID.
Stay home and teach it anyway, but stay home and.
Right.
You don't
Versus
feel well, but you can still
my
teach.
fever is pretty severe on Sunday and I can't teach Monday and Tuesday myself, and I need somebody else to teach that. So it's kind of having two possible, it's like a flow chart, right?
Yeah.
Like normally I would go in, but it's COVID, so I'm not, but I still feel good enough I could get up and put on at least a real shirt. Like, do an online lesson and don't stand up. And keep it going versus, no, I'm gonna need somebody as a.
And that's when we really need to temperature check ourselves. Like, if, I'm feeling hot. No, like, really give yourself the temperature
Because
check.
at the same time, I don't want someone feeling so sick and thinking, oh my God, I've got to teach virtually now, and I'm exhausted, I'm tired, my body's aching, and you're genuinely sick, and you don't need to be teaching. You need to be resting and getting better. So, sort of a nuanced approach. Did you have another public comment, or you?
Actually, that was part of public comment that kind of just jumped in, but
Okay.
as teachers, we need to always come to school. As teachers, we always come to school sick. We need to start a new culture. If you're sick, stay home no matter what. And I basically replied to that saying, yes, self accountability to your health is important to all. And there's ways we can do it. We think of it positively and engage in it, supporting each other.
I mean, and Karen used the word culture. We're really gonna have to rely on what it means to be Santa Rita in this, supporting each other and how we do that.
Right. Yeah.
Because the best we can do is minimize risk. We can't eliminate them, but we're gonna have to do it for all of us, not just students, but for the adults at work.
Yeah.
Right? Is that our last section?
I believe so.
Woo! Okay, so
Yes.
here's what I'd like to propose. I'd like to propose that I go change all the ones where I just, right? Or if we're waiting on guidance for something, I'll note that in the sections. And I'm gonna share that out with you guys, and then we'll re-update our PDF that we've sent out to all staff with that, so they can see where we're all at. Okay. And then this group can determine if we need to meet again, or if we can just kind of do the work virtually at that point. So I think we can probably set up a Google Doc and write our thoughts on that. Or if there's a particular section we're working on, that if someone gets new, fresh guidance, we can put that in, share that out, and articulate it differently, wordsmith it together. Think about how that might affect a different unit than the one we're in, and those kinds of things, like wiping microwave handles. It's a thing, though. I don't,
I wouldn't know.
But that's
I think our perspective is different too. Like I was saying earlier, like when you've been here every day since it started, the small little details, like I wouldn't think of the microwaves or the fridges because I've just been here every day.
Oh, see, I think of it because I'm always thinking about food.
What I'm thinking about is like, you're putting chemicals in the microwave. I mean, there's gonna be other cleaners to use that you
And
don't
it could
put
come down to
chemicals,
everybody can bring your own lunch.
the chemicals in the microwave.
Basically, we're going back to the 1950s. Nobody had a microwave and, you know, brought you fried mess, brought you, you know.
Yellow cheese.
Yes, there you go. Don't put mayonnaise, that goes bad in the heat. So,
Just some mustard.
okay. Okay, thank you so much. And if you guys are one of the site reps on Wednesday, I'll see you Wednesday. If not, join us online. Just because we have about less than 250 teachers, we're gonna do that with a Google Hangout. And we'll turn the sound off, and so we'll ask people to, again, type, and each cohort will pick a pilot and co-pilot to feed the information to each group as we go for considerations. It's the best way I could think of getting everybody's voice, but still keeping it concise enough that we can get the plan in place.
Oh, is it, is that 45 minutes, is that right?
What's that?
No, we're meeting here for 40 minutes and then we're breaking out.
We're gonna meet in the gym.
Here, yes, gym.
In the gym first, and if anybody wants to walk over, you can see how big of a space you need for 30 desks. So, I mean, it gives you a visual perspective on, you know, if you're trying to socially distance in a classroom.
Yeah.
And then we have those oddly shaped classrooms at some site that just add extra fun, science rooms with lab tables, you know, it's a good time. We're gonna sort this out.
Middle school.
Thank you. And so I'll get that document worked on and sent out.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Yes, I did.